Welcome to another beautiful, wonderful day. I hope you're doing well. We're going to get going with our blessings here just soon enough. This one's for you. Sound check for myself. Sound check, sound check. from one to all, many a blessing being spoken, read. They are all in different languages. They are not made up sounds. They are words of power. And it's from all over the world, from all the ancient days, and all the way up into a little bit of Latin. If I don't do this right quick, it just might kick me out. Let me do a little something, something here. And then a little something, something in the chat log. Keep it going. Maybe this is not a great idea. So, oh, that is gonna give out. All right, y'all gonna get a different position, TikTok, but y'all still be all right. Almost forgot about that one. There, pretty sure y'all can still hear me. And we're at this level. That's what we're going with anyways. That's plugged in. Should be okay on that one. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwyn, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Zidingadikia Kampa, Zinigarana Kampa. Hear me all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, most harmoniously, your loving family. Renosi sekio we wasn't puto right ahead Hirosha and Zero Kai got a cookie chain you was more Russell gave a set of tolls I take the two with you shocking and a salaman. One by Shiramatai, walk on by Shamanatai is Varam Nunarina Nunan Harden Dumba Motion Shorong and Ishrain, Tarias Wako Mishanaya and Freyas Vaha, Wing on Bamboo, Onji Trashivara Nosu Wakomji Trashi, Atrashivara Natsvaha, Ruda, Ruda, Kringalan Drong, Chong Cranking Kong, Hong Shong Chong. On Hayaba Shermatayas Wakom Hayaba Shomanatayas Waha Ahaza Ring of Hong Kong on Amakusano Danamom Namahas Matapashanum Hum who I hear who regular Kring on King Kong, on a nai, Maria Suako, Manaya, and Mayas, Waha, E, Awi, we, String on King Kong, on he short at Hana, so walk home, short he, Chendovichi, but his Faha, Nunin, no Manin, Nav, Kring on Pumpkin Pong, on Sherry Chibatai, Suakum Shijai Barata, yes, Vaha, Olo, 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 Grang, Unada Bashano, so walk on Manakarti, Buba Bebo, Bear, Bear, Ongamen. Reno si sakyo we was on putu right ahead kerusha henju siru kai gori kutishin was ma like rotu gi the set patrols I beat the two with the jerkins and a saramen para shukushu baru gel maka bolo mamu la bo pogo kena rabo bolo galana bare ko shara bakstan bala saru ba pre ko belulu moshana bo paruni yibire kampen belulu ku golo kol e gora bari shu gela ga bolo dia mama shel guru suluma bo bo moru para ge ze ku gi man kam pranam ru ba kala mu ju kene gi bilanu sa shu mashana soro lim par maratu si mashana aruna ramangi dum du go ra ge gi lu lu go si dor ki man kai ko si ko nen ko ne beru get am telaku panu tuku ka kumas persana segari mashi sharu malaba ke kedaglu godor mada rekor bomor tuku rakuri sorul barmas kim tutu dedi kugim lu godar makia panu tuku nada lu godar makia panu robi shu sorul limun para tatu sari masigara nu sulumana dar bo gibir balang ne madu daga tuku mashi sore masano go suguri masharo sosor apari ku babara zuzukan pa lu galab da bora ni bo yar kingu barari mo aru kakuramu ni no wam ngashtig. We are also one of us whom is found perfect before the natural limit of coming out and you. We had said these are the elements of our body protected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of dying rose just as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also noblest, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom claims the spirit of the eternal Natanumid of coming out shen you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Natanumid of coming out shen you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious Hosol over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jet and Jet to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Huri. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is from darkness to be released, to connect with our power in deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinematonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronopus will confirm. Lady Iset and Nevi Sarabi shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin news Chile starts pertu marticuli turpli Chile ya luar mesher ken meshi shari lusa yan siamila radu ultu mushirisha Isaya riaga biasha shirega du piata laka Isaya or riaga limutu kuno kimo kutrila tili shami yin zumria Isaya yin zumria ina zumria bier ina zumria zileka ina zumria jubiera ina zumria tlaka ina zumria tatara zumria la tetesi ina zumria takaruba ina zumria tasarnika ni shamash kapulu tamatunu ni shinki belgi mulu tamatunu ni shmandu mashmash alani lu tamatunu ni shishpat kamikunu lu tamatunu ina zumria yuta prasama ya Artun en I bar neni ba perik ba gabaiz ba karbora bor bakar bais akan bais bakar bor bakar bais akan bais ba perik perik benenim neni baru neni ya korbori ya in ba gora arim ba gora ya kiki ya kisaka kiki ya santu dia kia soru ki tu ya Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Om Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukane Hrim Hrim Patwa Enushu Bamgi Gatsuki Sherigi Godashi Saramara Yari Muru Kalamas Niku Dingarni Naburu Nangsoni Kugaria Shumuku Tusi Yaran Kapaziki Kambagalu Bara Natabara Shakbaragi Barala Lord Barata or Baramaskin Barala Tupara Itapara Aratu Barala La Subara Korubara Rukubara, Kolor Bara, Litu Bara, Utu Saladina, Zulala, Soladina, Zuigin, Soladina, Zumula, Soladina, Zedinga, Sonasu, Adina Zu, Maskin, Soladina, Zubare, Adina Zu, Siana Kabasi, Kapa, Monosixi, Akbari, Nangi, Shashurgi, Ormasha, Zigar Bari, Sigarshu, Paranda, Si Sharma, Ziganam Saye, Dori, Sharki, Ugu, Akbar, Nagu. Dianum Dea Sarasvito Manamani Yaparti Nariana Sajishiri Sana Sani Vista Kira Varmakulu Kuro Pankariti Hari Harama Vapu Dasanka Karab Namaskavaran Mantra Om from Matra Yarnama Home Himravari Yanama Home Soria Yarnama Home from Namaha Om from Kagaria Nama Home Propuse Nama Home from Yaranka Barharia Nama Home Frame Marikaria Nama Home from Marikaya Nama Home Frame Savitra Namaha Om from Karia Namaha Om Pra Baskara Namaha Om from Frame Prime Prosri Prosori Yanamha Parosi Ayashas Namaskar Yakorvanta Dena Dena Operation Palam Vedam Teshus Tesham Kaja Yarate Om Kring Monkey Rusor Hong Kring Bong Shamasha Kashapi, Kashapti, Epi, Shamush, Episti, Akimati, Norkutu Shula, Limli, Shulu, Lisuru, at a Tuku, Epita Shunu, Kimamena, Dui, Natikili, Tushunuli, Mutuma, Nakulu, Blui, Shunulini, Shuma, Nakulu, Dinin, Shunuliki, Shurma, Nakulu, Tari, Karama, Shaluti, Shakti, Sharushi, Arkushu, Shurbi, Arki, Shurpuyush, Zinigar, Koko, Shabakam, Gibira, Gibil, Kashru, Money, and Dudu, Tushtasia, Lani, Oliani, or Amarki. Ishwaria Yazia sitting Gergara Kampa and Ki Modu Korsemito Shabu Banana and Shamtorina, Kishwar Bagi Bill Bagira Ziaga Kamat Lo Shariul Kunushi Shariula Kunushi Shariulani Kunushi Shariula Sikunushi Shariula Terkunushi Shariulani Kunushi Shariu Ulani Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shari Daniel Kunulin Kutinazum Laya Utapra Sama. Agamasaratu Ismasarati Sharmushil Shuru Shishali Muti Zadamia Lani Rabuti Shimaya Dabarbi Dina Alaki Lindalsi Kumushi Olani Mushiki Yamasarati Ismasarati by its Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Geravalonish Mashkori Yamasaratu Ziki Akambaba Kolo Maneti Yashita Paramasaratu Bara Vishnu Om Krimisnar Vertam Home Sam Kumarari Yatamha Tumuta Kubera Debakoro from Privida to Bumi Devia Meton to Mutat no Sekero Maria Kina Netapisatam Tata Ina Keptatu correct there Sepsen Mercy you took Sutora Tata Isarahami Sanari Namha Omiam and Dry Namha Kobsnok and Drom Tesla Sakto and Diameran Kobstrom no Seki Satana Omsek Tebdakis Wexaka Tekar Neka Barakitar Nanker Saruna Peg Markula Kutulu Tata Lata Agni Omni Raganari Art Namaha Om Maria Maria Art Namaha Harpi Yarmo Mabstara to Tataya Maran Happy no Happy Seki Sarunam Sex Sek Teb of Arctic Ruinek Air the Ekor Artek Nanekta Teerta Morbatu Yanu Yaniriangi Nerik the Raksasam Sam Raksasari Art Namhom Bambarunari Art Namaha himself Varuna Umbaratu Sermalaya Metanim said on himself Seki Sarunam Sex Runa Pigment Sapsano to Nikupete Ramautu and Ratas of Sitting at Anakabasiriga Kia Kampa Sabu Payum Yam Payor, where Namahan Morsiri Morkala Morulu Morbatu sitting at Anakabasiriga Kia Kampa to Soturata Trakutulu Tata Laka Executi Takalaya Ruya nearly and Gisa Peo Umprim Permar Namhar Prabuna Mumaharo Mansaratu Brotes Raya Barak Pradu Pakapram Kapra 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 Kapru Kapra Kabru Nevim Gate Kabrashak Panamra Molua Sakuti Takla Desratenabu Mahajot Hatiu Saramas Fatio Milkitet Sagas Tortentu Nevanaru Tepu Mesu Pernetor Prim Prom Surya Yartam Home, Prim Shrim Chandra Yartam Home, Prim Shrim Mangali Yartam Home, Prim Shrim Bamburi Yartam Home, Prim Brahmaspati Yartam Home, Prim Shrim Shukra Yartam Home, Prim Shrim Shamchana Yartam Home, Prim Robertam Home, Prim Ketu Verdam Hajabukusum Samkar Samkhya Paya Mahadali, Tarim Sarva Papagna Protesmi, Diva Karam Dadish Katu Shorborn Kishor Rana Sambapa Namami Shasharam Samam Shambur Bukurta Busharatnam. Rani Karbas Yukarti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tam Ukraika Sharmam Ruperna Pratimam Burham Somyam Kuno Pertam Tam Burham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Sharnam Chaguru Kanjan Saripam Buri Butam Trilokesham Tam Namami Prias Patim Nimukutam Nalabam Digam Amparmam Gurum Sorvasam Pravataram Bargabam Pranamamiam Nialanjana Samupasam Ravi Putram Yamagurajan Jari Matarna Sambutam Tam Namami Chanas Watar Karya Mahaviryam Janradi Gavimordanam Zamika Gorbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karcham Taraka Grahama Sakam Roron Makom Gorom Tom Katum Pranamami Omambra Murori Triporanikari Panu Shashi Burbi Sudabura Shaguru Shashukra Shari Goreu Kitu Serva Grahama Super Pantam Kurusha Me Sharti on board Swar on Tata Vitor Varia Bargo Wasiadi Mari no Prachur Haya on Tata Swaha Hari on Tata Swaha Nanasi Anamra Siki Asini Ananabasamangana Saya Kia Kampa Magabati Anana Kampa Masrika Nanazia Kampa Yabut Magia Gabagia Sagastera Cash Tag Kaloish Nabo Curios or more Curios Yastortu and Kariku Yasina Bomos Arsi for this Kampala Sakashi Talaskampa Nebo Sota Toskan Paya Kashi Asashia Kukuro Maria Shia Markali Yastari Bari Gushia Yanana Yarani Yarstapa Mabaracha Karene Yara Milo Yaji Stari Kampa Inanazian Makampa Ziar Makampaya Yabe Sierra Lurki Shmashudu Yar resolution Sakatamani Yatsareti Patala Katamani Yarikan Paziring Garudu Yakampaziring Rustu Yakampazi Stazi Rakuji Berodu Panpa Yashtakan Payana Gormasabaru Masabaru Yana Gori Yazian Gakampayan Garian Goria Yazian Dingirnin Yakantar Tara Kampamaru Marakumu Skali Garia Mababornes Yamarutubuyo to Surim Sorim Sagarim Zana Garam Bialu Kuku Winnie Kumano Yaradoki and Dara Yazi Partu Bargu Berderigu Bagaka Camp Papelzir Dagzag Bazak Baro Noiseling and Ushi Bagi Kapsu Kishagiga God Harish Saramara Yaringuru Kalamas Niku Tingarni Nabguru next Niku Kariashi Shukmur Kutu Vajani Precious Satso Manju Shashvagan Altra Makoni Parani Deviu Parti Parandi Ranu Pratam Charasi Vishvar Deo Ushur Via Mortia Vivarti Chandra Tahar Sunra Yarani Atrava Varm Tushuma Sor Shvar Yaran Yarvarnars Parpara Jarsu Rushar Prati Shirbu Varnarni Vishwarva Tisras Yar Mortar Siar Ketur Samar Nar Mortar Charani Yarbarna Charkaramaniva Minavariasi Varvarsva Vasu Merva Chenva Tima Kori Ushariar Tis Var Sarasiar Parnis Varajarati Sorbarga Salamasa Rantarar Viva Papratha Apriti Yar Archar Yar Vortar Vimushar Sambi Parti Him Pravo Barad Bam Namarsa Sortim Wordbama Wordal TV Parsho Ashreth Pra Rochara Rocharan Vasandra Gratara Varti Divo Kero Burdiaratarti Rodasi Chitra Matsar Ariati Margarushar Samvipar Tihim Var Mamershi Pradnirnam Big Sharma Nabortasia Buralda Rusharshpa Amisharnian Vorshia Marhi Mortasia Parunasia Mahar Giaha Chandriva Balatnum Bidarde Poratraha Devikati Yangai Namahakarki Yari Maria Yogi and Deshwari Namgupsu Tom Devipati Meguru Namaha Deventroni Namastu Yam Devendra Pribar Mimi Bibar Pahiamara Rogiam Sri Gorala Baram Chardehi Mayom Ring Kati Yangai Swaha Ring String Kati Yangai Swaha Shong Shankar Korjan Morshir Krab Verwan Slay Purusha Stratu Babe Chapati Medehi Kukuru Swaha Kati Yangai Mahamari Mahayogi Yani Yarishvarti Nango Sur Parsu Devi Parti Meguru Terna Mahe Gori Shankar Haring Riya Tarupam Shankar Priya Tatar Mankuru Kariyari Kananta Sudurla Pamum Devendrani Namastur Piam Devendra Pribar Mimi Vivara Hambaria Mortiam Srikaram Chadehi Meom Ring Hong Namha He Gordi Shankar Darin Yarniyata Tupam Shankar Prigya Tatar Mam Kuru Karyarni Karan Kartam Sudur Lambam Osäker med donket se vi på dem hisrapu tishtiv at vorge karte started the yanan the metro kalviger chibarni togwin bayu from mother and to her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean. As a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds, we are the cosmic key. Say it with me. I am the cosmic key. Yes, you are the cosmic key. Notor, 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 notor. Ombor buva swaha tasavitor barnya barkud vasgari mahi dirun otrachudayar ipsos ipsos kornoshun tuturo tagatoro darat taro utat hora aro ratu abrahada bro gong gang yang yang gong kring 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 gong bong gong shring dong gong gong dong bong Malabaka Kedaglu Vedarmar Recobora Duka Kudamo Zarima Shikarano Erkingu Bararimu Erkingu Baradimu Zarima Shikarano Aruka Kudamo Lugarmara Recorbal Malabaka Kedag Aruka Kudamo Zarima Shikarano Erkingu Baradimu Aruka Kudamo Lugarmara Recorbal Malabaka Kedag on from Romeo Samahan Sum Dipus Divar Haramor Baruka Mivar Barhas Your Mukeri Arteatnama. Bang ring hum hum chung chung krum how could ye arike shung krum ring shrim hum shrim shung krum kuchi arika krum chung hum amarea ke porara no kurwasi ke nai shukra yartama shung shrim him basra mehde hi shukra is va Kali Swaha Sarva Bisa Medehi Me Mahali Arker Namaha Sankin Jo Julan Gern Zuran San Jing Jo Ju Lan Dinjun Su Horho Shue She Surka Gamborni Bosico Comborni 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 Bo Umbor Borboas Vahat has Vitor Barniam Borgodwas at Irmahi Dino Pratchudayat Pomadeva Stita Sukura Kanva Parasara Visa Mamio Trua Capilla Solonarka Yarshnavlarkia Barradwar Jaja Marlarek Ningortarma Morala Viasa Lomarsa Giasa Corserga Varsa Polasia Manduko Duro Varsa Narara Casiar Pagaya Trayorsning Arnustor Borrati Pranti Trisburjagarti Ati Jaregarti Sagvari Dartigati Dardi Verat Prastara Panti Kurti Perti Akurti Vikurti Samskurtia Sabrapamti Burburva Swaha Jos Jortis Marti Arni Prajaparti Soma Isana Savitari Liga Brasparti Matrabra Varuna Bargarariyamam Garnesat Vasta Pusa Indragni Vayu Varmadeva Mitra Varuni Visvaradeva Maturka Vishnu Vasu Rudra Kubera Svinskaya Troimontragni Vayu Sur Casa Yama Varuna Brasparti Prajarnia Indra Gandharva Pusa Mitra Vasta Vasu Maru Sorman Giros Visvaradeva Svins Prajavardia Aksarta Tarba Brudra Brahma Vishnu Agnivayu Surya Isana Yedidya Ingira Spartri Burga Arayar Marnan Gandharva Pursa Metra Barun Vasa Vasu Varamadeva Metra Baruni Yavisvaradeva Vishnu Prajapati Sarvadeva Kuber Asvit Brahma Vamadeva Priya Sartya Visvarua Padra Vilasini Prabhavarti Jaya Santa Kanta Durga Saraswati Vidrume Vilasersa Brayatini vi Malatamu Pahardini Sukshman Via Viswaruni Jeri Parmalaya Prada Sorba Badra Tribara Privivi Alpaskagni Variukasi Kuar Rasa Rupas Barsa Sabda Uparsa Parjupara Parni Vargrana Jiva Koksusavak Surutra Prana Marna Saparna Muriviara Sila Samana Harnkara Karsharti Arti Manunvisharti Shatur Tar Erni Tat Sharuria Yarbara Barai Yakarpai Yakarpai Shnigarabia Amengia Sanking Zhou Zhu Wulandin Jun Sanxing Zhou Zhu Wulandin Jun Jiwang Wu Mu Zhu Din Ying Yon Lei Shang Pu Hua Tin Chun Zhu Din Ying Yorn Lei Shung Pu Hua Tin Zhu Wu Xin Jing Ru Bai Lane Washing Jing Ru Bai Lane Do Mo Zhou Shai Yan Shou Tian Jun Shou Shai Yen Shou Tian Jun Yorn Shi Yu Hong She Zhui Dern Jun Ji Ho Hong Shu Hu Xie Zhu He Xie Dans Eu Shu Hu Fu Ji Shu He Da Vi Shu He Ho Shu He Hu Shun Shu Ha Hu Hu Xie Ni Xi Hu Hu Fu Xi He Hu Ho Hu Shu He Xie Hu Shu Hu Wesh Mesh Om Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Rama Ramerte Rame Rame Maro Rame Sasturam Taturam Ram Narne Om Venaya Garya Nama Om Gananaria Vera Mahe Vagrunaria de Maita Nondandi Prajudaya Vagatunama Karya Soya Kortisam Prava Noerkartam Kurum Endeva Salva Koryesh Varasarvara Shri Guru Sura Suru Suraj Nishmane Mukura Sura Parnu Ragu Barri Moja Suzura Kupojar Burhi Hintanu Janin Kusimiro Pavan Kumar Borburhi Villado Humo Harahu Poleso Vicarche Hanimangan Gunjar Vichel Capisti Hun Logu Jagaram Dudley Badaman Jani Papan Surna Mahama Bevigram Bajangi Kumartini Borsa America Sangi Kunjon Vora Verish Kubasa Karan Kundokuji Kesa Hotu Borje Veroje Korte Borshore Usorje Sankorsu Varnik Swin and Dandish Tama Jagwandan, Vigivarni Gunia teacher to Romkos Paribikua, or Kabutri to Surikura, Saturn like Ansiraman Masias, Rikurus Ros Rajnish, Manemo Kurisuro, Panora Guvarpi Mojo, Suzura, Kuporjar Burgi, Tanu Jani Kusumir Kumor Borburgi, Vidia de Humohi Harahu, Kales of Vicarje, Hariman, Young George, Cigar J, Peace, the Hun Lokujar, Garam, Tutali, Baramanjani, Putupapan Sortamaha. Mahevevi Rambar Shurangi Kormatini Bors America Saniki Kachan Varabure Subesekaram Kuda Kichin Kesa Hofos Rudo Bosher Virage Korte Borshale who sources of Korsuvan Kisrin and Dantes Pertama Jakwantan Vigivan Kuniati Trator Ram Karj Kari Beku Atur Prabhu Turit Surabeko Rasha Ramla Kansita Man Basya Suksha Rubdari Searhi di Karva Vikar Rubdar di Lanka Jarapa Birma Rubdari Asur Sakare Ramachanda Kikasan Wadar Sashi Parwakanzia Yeshri Ragu Beroshi Ovar Yeraku Parikini Urbara Etumam Priya Paraltis Sambai Asparantum Horuyash Karvaus Karki Sri Parikampakarvi Sankari Ramari Monesan Ratsarat Sarhir hese yam kudu pordik porjan teka bikupur kargi sakke kan te tumu kar sugrava hinkera ramira yeras partena tomorrow mantro vivarshan manu makaswar bari yesu chub jagara shu sahastra jojan par barluli yore himar hor parjar du prabhuma trike berli mok barhi jaladi lanki garba shalachne ketor kam Karja garan kerja te surama nuka hatmriti teron duare tumro duare wadargia binu pasar te suk soklai etumari saran tu raksharka uko darna apante samharu pe tirun ru kante kampe burpesichne karnar inar vema virjam narm solen srogar San Pierre Jabar Nantan Haraman Bambera Sankatse Hartuman Survey Man Karam Pachanjan Jurleve Suporom Tapis Virajak Tinke Kasan Kortum Saja or Marno Rajo Korla Base or Hiar Nijarwan for Parvejar and Yog Partap Jumara had a procedure Garushir as a Lusam care to Marquarias or Nakaran Room Dor Harde Ashtasiri Navnit He Kerata Dus Wardin Jeronki Mara Ram Rasayam Tumhara Pasasara Rahura Upari Keras Tumhara Bajan Ram Kup Verjanam Janam Kid Duribesara Verans Koragu Vir Porjari Jaram Jaram Hari Barkar Kahari or Devraji Na Der Ki Hanumatsir Ki Sor Surkor Ki Sakankarte Mi Tesa Pier Josumira Hanuma Ber JJ Haruban Kosin Kripkoru Guru Dev Kiarni Josor Bopeth Kariko Surte barhi mahasor kor ki jorgia parante harno machalis hor gesir hi sarki kores tu sira sara hor de chier korse da sodar ye min der bavort mai sankar haram gomori ram like sira sayid hodari basa husu Om Maharaga Vajrosi Savrasara Vishahum Varm Lurganesha Nam Jarendi Varnyam Hod Namafur Gomim Prim Shrimim Gomim Namabagapati Patali Vari Vari Varumuki Varumuki Atarpini Namaru Rutini Namajambe Jabini Namamoemotini Namastamestamini Namasalvadusa Perusanam Salvas Sarva Varexirasa Jornamukati Juvasambaram Kurukurasikuram Vasyam Glumtai Taha Tau Mam Sraya Pahaswaha Ani mani mani mama ne shira shiri di shami shabi ta sana mukura mukura bi shabi shabi so bi shabi shabi gini shin shabi ta rari ora kuma shani ne bi ta ban ta ne bi ta atam dor shirai kure mukure yara de yara de shuga sama sama bari be di tre tarumari shete so gini kushana ba shabi shurai mata mata shana oro ro ke shara shara shata yara paro mane ya ta ya sara mane ko de moki yara yara de ne de di chine di cha jari ra to na ni ani na kuna bi ya kira kari kenda di sanda di matogi chukoro shara achi da bi na da bi Devi Ruku 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 Teka 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 Dana 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 Kushare Tani Shura Shura Hachi Persene Surubara Batari Sori Shubara Tani Shubatari Suyahabi Shari Suyikarani Sugi Sugihagara Tareda Sugarate Sarubasugish Mikara and Surubasuru Mojurset Surubasuru Rekyo Sharai Togira Shirbi Kerida Anya Manya Mama Mane Sirikarita Samasamita Santa Mukramukta Tamasama Sama Jark Sayak Sayan Santa Samita Tarani loki pesre persani ni video amentari ni vista amentari parisuru kule kule yara de parade sungai se sama sama bule berkite tarama pariksi te sam gönner kusani ne gori bai vi sundane matro matro sata rutu ru slaya saya varta bukula bal roman dais ba shwala maha jwa ku gitu ke muki kara bartan natro natvati tini vitini sitini no tani natvati swa ata de nare kunari swa Gani kari kari kendali kendali mereka bukan sangkuli berusali sisi swaha ini ruh swaha dan pada kusala dan serhari serada pada berpasani sahabat tadi apa tadi sama pariksi sama negotani pertama pariksi sahabat sahabat kusulah kita semi begitu dia nobari batani swaha on or mor mi mor mi gerli di germer ger ludo we shandi murdi murdo lo sordu erwe sho lo sang lo so lo chai kitni chandi shello to lorni erlo ke poso bo gertir charni mi piertier biaron dolor mi lo tier Darndor bolli shuri ol joli mor joli erlo li bololi shojar sia san mosan lu for tol picir lisir de damo bolli sire senkerner kursha mi posher porcher chur di mandolo mardo lo chayar lor do yor Georgia lue charloe chaia rolie po lue morna doia coli mohe coli uji mogieli elo po pordi Nerli do pordi cirgi Nerwer cirni Gigirni nerlici nerlici pordi erli narli non la liarnalur nalur nur giornalo kermi chioli kerntuli jarntuli moden kerchenchioli fulo shanania her dirti luierti meni lur tu ti lurgi ti lurnuli nilu logi Doji tartan titan tor porri tarn tor bortir tarn torjo shritan to jo tolitio to lejo lolo porti fo to bo shan mi sapo tolo nia podorni sapo po shais po dorne jo e podorni sankia polu charni serinkia nerketo niersenkia serinkia torkia di yarli pro senkerto loerdo dir bolos dirsa posenkiar di san morkiar dir di sapora morjo boli chardi sar por sardol dor forjolsje lo wenor kier di jarne perja dir sa comme ça, Wong Hong Chong, Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Go Shaw, Gong Tim So, Gong Gong Sort, Gong Sort, Hong Sham, Hong Shing, Gong Shing, Haring Hara, Ring Gong Heru, Sor Hara, Hong Bom Dum, Hong Grang Ring Glong, Hong Plum Tim Blung, Hong Kang Ring Glung, Hong Kang Ring Glung, Hong Long Ring Glung, Hong Dong Ring Glung, Hong Blam Ring Glung, Hong Chong Ching Swung, Hong Kong Ring Hong Chong Ching Swung, Hung kring 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 ing vam dum song kring song gong gong gisor gong gisor hung kring gong kring gong kring haring ara ong heru sor bang king so king gong bang du hung any chino ram pa chata tu vam shu kun hai ram ch bi hum shu no ram am nes ba tra mi no ram am te jo rum pu ku ju jo no ram mo bi sira yu ku shi no re huru kin dale metagis va bu chen bu no namo ba gbor ning sing sai ru su tu spala ti su suru karn su stranni svaha shorkanji sai bosom lolik svaha desishi bosom samcham chasa svaha tera bosu nama samanta boharam kuruno er barbe tarare trenini svaha senju senju kanji sai bosu pasho dharma hi barto kanji sai bosu mantur baba humpa svaha jochimen kanji sai bosu mahakurun kanji svaha jundai kanji sai bosu kare koli koli svaha norin kanji sai bosu parme sermala svala kungor sato pasho satva har hanyo bosu di shishuke vijay svaha pojo bosu sami svam mojo bosu manama kemero ku bosu trei svaha jisor bosu maha vesmari svaha ku kor bosu namo kaso gopari o male kamare moli svaha nikolo bosu yukut svaha ku kolo bosu kamar bari svaha for dol marama nama samata pasharam kana mosana sotari trona ko sanze mai sun bani sun jashro vartum dali mai mantra var tai turku mai srikal rupa kam svaha
Ungoria Chomayum, Vajriak, Humais and Mayum, Maraka, Vajrusnis, Vajasar, Vajom, Farnur, Kijaku, Mayum, Marukunatas, or Bokojin, Kambai, Kampais, Vaha, Kongorza, Gungun, Fishuras, Ranja, Svaha, Senichi, Doji, Janzi, Svaha, Chigokutram Tras, Rap, Ramadan, Svaha, or Chotram Virodaki, Axilbetays, Vaha, Komokutram Virobax and Agilbetays, Vaha, Tomotonum Visvani is Vaha, Benzaitinum Sarasvati is Vaha, Tekokutram Mahalakali is Variki, Chichotram Mahal Sri is Vaha, Carito Molundumale Aritis Vaha, Daikini Tinomni as Vaha, Marisiti no Marisi is Vaha, Daishumukiti Nomnicams Vaha. Oman Brambarhar, Nemiserai, Brahmin Patron Maria Viramahi, Haranya Garbaria di Maita no Brahma Prajureum, Chatrumukari Virma, Daria de Maita no Brahma Prajure, Omim Himshim Sausage, Brambra, Brahma, Jajanam Pratanam Purusha, the Mara Purusho, Benava, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Shiva, Guru Devo, Maswara, Guru Sakshat, Param Brahma, Krishmeshri, Kurbe, Namaha, Usak Cat. Pentiam kai bit no horror DIPM cat ne bos en kesu tu ne zur korti av pas de har tu iram stefan en besek ne mat en mi usur tu tur beti mat tu for ru ker mi usi keru ne kenu kermenti on en peps rahe kerus ne berus kriu ne buin ne temtem se puari ma bapa u tur skeri ne hem kon ne hem ne purchase or te pare pechar bu trom prem tur si abo si florini en reti vingi tur vingi normal no mai pisi se perfect tur nduri tur meni tur bos kelu tu zbi af grov fin levorten regeerde deg viertergies vierten gessi ras ver deg vier dags ver deg waterbrand vil drigo frodi frovi no week garvis garvier sergi ver vosong skjor ver leefskor things garvis en wings gelfin Father hieran ni korn kus ni kuros hiolmi brieflindi svidos hier vi drioriorgi ort Fjorden heb Gelmirs wogen fra Fjordfjord. Fyrusli dir dir gyur mospilni på hamar på gården och web je mer och neer och dur med både vår bästa vartin ville väl så många om belke mer osli visst nu det skulle Nico alltså tor norr nagla for i oton lyrio der ringo seran tersken faxi him fraxi mundir ferdi Unesolor bakos vins vir hirki birki aserix mur vir vins jor harti homi son jorn vir jor vitar lur glad shemving vor mosor sniadori naid ni nur trigus trivis via tior por lim nor nan neping dein before bo for bom por nor jor nor hoi nor vid neer vigor dolfin torvin fili fornin veli troin terkeli vir naar Radsvin drop neer dagsvarig hårhagsvarig het lag kooi Dori ori du von bori het die fili hor siro veel lier lo for sier pier skerfin ar fin sireel kin sker die vo frost die fin die nor jag bezier weer vertend die skool bild de big reed neer hing hier over skif keer een jaar pe marling wet bling handwing spas voets was weg vet loning puns voor was aras neer ortien vriend Loki Avinaria pana yavis no to Maria mana Maria visa same korar snar buta daria vista taria tararia samsaraga sagara deviar rima carde parimala pari boscarde suri pari para verde baba paria cierde varde sariapi pera pagama nasa tava hamna mama kinas babsa mudro hi tarangas vagara karna Samuruna Tarangau Tortanarga Va Naragabhenanu Daja Danuja Kula Mirtra Mitra Sador Stedor Stepa Vardina Bavardi Kimbavatarasca Ramatsvardi Bivrat Rai Ravatavarta Sarda Vasurdam Paramesvara Palibario Bavarda Pavavavito Hamdamudara Guna Mandiarda Sundabaran Navarinda Govinda Baba Jaladi Matarambanda Raparamandara Marapanayar Vamenarayana Karuna Maria Soraram Koravari the Voko Coronori Tarpari Maria Paranasa Roja Sarava Sartu Iti Sri Matparam Haram Marsa Pare Vrajakarasya Sri Govinda Bhagavat Purja Parasisya Sri Machakara Bhagavata Kortosar Paristotram Sam Purnam Kubara Danana Sri Dara Jara Dana Swara Dana Lakshmi Padano Dara Dio Danika Brio Daxino Damirata Daya Voronto Dara Vrata Divya Laksana Sampono Dinarati Janara Sarka Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samana Sono Saraka Nehiswaru Nera Lambo Nehinam Paribala Ganiganta Neguna Gara Niskanmo Nerupa Rava Nabaraga Samarajo Samanabasan kia pravarta manske travra disa mahagora karan virta darshniko yashra sarata yashra bojar ra sarkar raja kamro ramar diso ranjar ko raja purji arta visi trapa satras besar dia biar gambar namar nasa vijayo bimalu varnyo bandu lujana basal berubah sapriya tarum veragi viso muka Sobe Vyarto Saranandar Sora Sarti Sama Veta Samandarata Sormia Sorva Padana Priraka Supritu Suraba Sormo Sorva Kara Yatur Handara Samagana Priya Saksvara Devarva Srivara Jeta Svahana Samprito Akilanda Pravartaka Avia Yorkar Nam Sampritam Tarsvardana Priyalankam Paramavarsi Harinkanar Vivorjitu Tordiatur Dharma Verababu Navarahana Kinara Subis Rabana Kaka Paravartarika Asalasho Samariyuta Veyato Mala Vigraha Lokarajo Lokopralu Lokovanu Sulasana Sulava Surbaya Suru Sankarana Priya Santa Sutana Kuno Peta Susvata Sutana Vegar Hasarva Kamarjar Nusurmati Sarva Devargar Garga Sankar Hastadara Sriman Param Jorati Parapara Samati Kura Sampara Sarano Nena Basala Parobagari Papabai Natanundi Yar Sarni Pa Ranta Sarva Gono Perta Sorendra Sambe Valva Vispara Cubitar Biavana Tatar Sordia Prate Kale Parte Sutram Suser Burvedene Terna Pratnoti Prusa Surinam Devendran Sarni Parmiti Sri Kuberastu Tram Omyacharya Kuberaya Vishravanaria Daradanyasti Pataria Daradanya Samri Dermer Dehi Davarya Swaha Shring Hring Hring Shring Hring Vishvaraya Nam Hring Shring Hring Shring Kuberaya Shalashmi Mamakariya Nam Paraya Paraya Namaha Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Shrim Saha Swaha Hrim Yakshaya Kubarya Vishravararya Daraga Karshanarya Sarvaloka Vasikararya Danadanya Dadipatarya Danadanya Samruder Merderi Davarya Swaha Hrim Shrim Kubarya Namahum Yakshaya Vatarya Vermaria Likadasarya Dharmahitana Kubarya Prachuraya Ezekiel Compasiana Compasi Ziding Compasi Karana Compasi Gugi Magampra Ezekiel Compasiana Compa, Ezekiel Compasiana Compa, Zidinger Compasiana Compa, Kakumash Garsana, Ezekiel Compasiana Compa, Ezekiel Compasiana Compa, Zidinger Compasiana Compa, Lugola the board acting ball, Ezekiel Compasiana Compa. Om Namo Hum Trasparanum Sumbarumoga Matraya Sorbane Rosalami Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Tukarambi Om Sorbani Sramahum Vajra Hum Parum Shrim Hring Hring Rum Gurabadaya Varava Roshar Vashar Meva Shamara Yeswa Hata Porsha Yabermahe Pakardundari Ade Mahitaro Prachudarum Shati Shati Shanti Om Kana Hariyak Sayat Namahum Kamakapaya Namahum Lambu Rayar Namahum Ring 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 Om Kanataya Vedar He Vakradundari Ade Mahitano Dandi Prachudaya Om Shring Hring Hring Du Shwala Shwala Shulili Asya Yaya Manasha Sarva Satrum Samhar Samharaksha Malabam Kurudu Shugra Hamum Patsva Runam Kuruna Tarangi Chasham Tutrapushan Kusha Pushpa Bara Shamari Tira Prukrab Nankara Hameri Eva Vibhavari Bavarnim Shri Maharagni Shri Marasena Shanesh Varati Shitagi Kula Sambuti Devakoria Sumuria Tor Maria Barusa Sraba Chator Baru Saman Vita Ragashvaru Papasharia Kurodakono Kushushwala Ron Maroru Pekshu Kodanda Panchatan Matraseka Nisaruna Prabhapura Maja Brahmarana Manuel Champaka Shuka Paraga Sorgandi Galasaka Kurufina Manashanin Kanakutera Mandita Shtami Sundar Vibarashadali Kishopa here touch or beat Mugaton Karanka Paramudakanabi Vishaka Varanas Marakamankariam Kuraturan Chali Kamar the Varlaksha Lakshmi Paribaha Chalamina Palo Charanava Champaka Pushpapana Sadana Verajita Tarakarita Skari Pasan Namba Barana Pasura Kana Mama Chali Kuta Kana Puramano Hara Trekaga Yukali Buddha Tapana Dupa Mandala Paramalaga Shila Dasha Paribabi Kapanupu Navatruma Bamashina Koriarana Chara Vinugoma Sri Dipadraga Machas Kisiapa Paramarasi Rabati Shanda Sri Dipadraga Batum Bijams Bahasaki Parkilakam Sri Dipadraga Priya Tom Japavini Ugara Sarina Sam Kasiapa Paramara Rasa Rama Sarasi Prati Chanda Sanama Mukti Sri Dipadraga Bati Namari Diom Bija Yarnamaha Purius Bahasa Karika Nama Pario Fakala Karia Nama Namo Vini Uga Yarnama Samagiti Garia Sarinas Kromal Yusubiam Nama Yetikin Tarshani Biam Nama Yamara Mari Bam Nama Ramara Miki Biam Nama Rim Kanistiki Abiam Nama Kron Karakara Stara Prastapiam Nama Iti Karani as a Kromada Yarnama Harim Supasas Baham Sekai Pasaram Kapaka Yumi Mutri Yopasar Kroms Repati Sending Scopes Rumilki Dick Barna Nanon de Predator Dipatorke Bate Scaris Padipini Dipati Dipete Varas Runchami on Twitter Ibiki Ikanam Mamaka Akasama Epis Papujami Yam by Varmeka Yadupamakrapi Yavan Mike did some Tavami Amatamike Amtamahane Viariam Nevarism Savamike Sabukara Sumar Pami Japamala Matromo Mamale Sapamaha Savamato Sorpinica the Boys Linas Susmani City the Papa Gudu Mantron Him Sida Gudu Prasida Rima City Mantrom Krimam Torge Rime Hia Pasaya Pasar him Dum the Kriam him Hum Patsbaha Sadangines Kromerai Yarnama Rims Passaras Baham Sekai Pasaram Kavakai Hum Nim Trai Pasor Chromas Prali Piti and Yasubus Romia Tate Mugadari of the Pedro Male Vidia Discardis Podipini Divaki Divide Varasrum Jimmy on Pankapuja on Via Mega Grams Poming Amakisamiki at Pujami on Varnica to Pomakrapyami on Madamika Tipom the Jambom on Termika and Terman and Via Yamia Yamin Subamiki Supercarapal Pujam Sumar Suma Pami to 3 from Kanas Makurapam Chapam Sereva to Medevi Prat Santa Maister Japamantala Matrom Malamatrom Pamale Savada Mamam Priti to Subhapa Pam Subhum Kurushime Padro Yasoviriam Katerine Hinsidia and Hengenes Helgrind Hogo Nase Corel Serdi Bermo Joro Tato Serdi Umata like Sakai Nutumila Matelski Papinek Bicik Tibeka Herger Mikendir Mary of Mirni Mogo Hom Dial Verdi before Bertel Shark Force Spiritual Force of Monk Egmont Jokno Wars Force of Force Boom Make for the view mail my Kaliman your VP Marpe mail ran fear more nerven or boss or the boss in mere the bosses and dear next year near swallow near Jok for the van I open name got lost Kininga in grass worky boars near boars for me a few beers of me called my ranch for to source and scared Sunena Solor Sterna was phone growing Loki sort Bob Sunen Sene Mana Handy Hurricane Home Himen Jorbuso Navisi a Vorsali Arti Marni Navisi Harvarmikins Artistos Navisi a Vorskitin Kinjin Quilla Rextol again and Copopat Gatux no Comni John Gonaf or Gobu Morkin have two of Nijan Dankardona Captain Chroma Terjoa Totsela Bello V Bersibor Corn Hortum John Brubu Aflolo Bru Obsmi Bubu at the Dalbo Motongia Scorpu Tor Gor Bru Teflui Torni Tierbo Bru Bor Blames Vetergis Vantor Gorli Wonsberg Bokmore Borsa Major Morcor Georgian Quinjin Quill or Extraordinary Koto Barkups Covers Kerji Burgo Jotovski Joa Brems Perpio or Blems Legion Bors Monster of Brain Borgo Roy Dorin on Warben Manliken Morgom Gon Blue Vogori Jog Bru Sem Dorin Zagbi Horn Bobel Gorir Bo Vikinga Nur S Borser Dear Best Fur or Horgi Butter Bushmok Nugu Bolungo Hapa Enori Nolok Kulum Ber Arna Amblium Yembrace Friend Langium Yembrace Pref Darwin Martin Embrace Met Oka Tarabata Turk Mogo cella pela bixomnista teturin teneterton brigaterone galetertone rafrontun trescendien dorso run for ring dorso secret setsa for tu clear len morne grumble room comfort 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 all for the twin version twin dorso ring where for ring no source servers as separate two for len morne grumble Rois voi arroz kulan loris sorvi golvi gruat will pray roisi or rois coim sinti visilo turis tro rum prenenis ne sit penetus cores viri vier in de solantur de sit cornin dominis serpens arbis est artna vis quoris non difficilis sed impossibly boston vistincar de dabene dos amene portens rexergenet tamine trio men quis malum nis victoria constitutum nebulum contritur pro copris mevis uvirum min stormum opus sol del volter tours manifestentis Arverin cum hel arverin cum hel arverin mac pro frok for mertrox ni cum saxorum in versum mortum oparum darnata volumen quantum cornis niarte bordur tid monca certena certrum quosum somos ora charmos el non neon putos pusfult spilten ve osi kunushalari mushiti di kunusi osi mushitum calatum kutum mosi baradium capilitum namritum ashashu kashartu kashar pariali ni tumu berar ni ali yau istari yau sisu ali yau ali meri amru sanaku imdikula serulu usha au araku martana adu upi yau lipi yau prosu memastiti yau martu ali linu bui serluti serluti zizarme lane raputissima arabardi dina lati Linda Oposa Lamka Shati Yau Kasharti Yasha Bishi Yau Mustepi Shiti Yais Sarati Shamushili Shuru Shishalim Nuti Pishi Lu Saluli Sharnusha Lu Tabdushai Pu Amarli Murti Yai Kimas Luli Tartur Shai Bushu Gishpi Gimazi Tardili Sharniki Shusha Purturu Ebestu Shal Surduku Kolamartusha Malasari Nanki Biri Guru Yalani Mushertu ya na pagrita gira dubira samani ya na pagrita viera dubira samani ya arti pagritus ni la dubira samani ni sti pagritus ni la dubira samani ya gimax pagritu gira dubira samani ya na kulari gira dubira samani ya na gari taksari dubira samani ya na Asku partus ni la dubira samani ya inai ni shadu arita taksari dubira samani ya na para gira dubira Siringaringian and Kamaziringanian and Kamaziringan in Lulan and Kamaziringan in Lulan and Kamaziringan in Kukuren and Kamaziringan in Kukuren and Kamaziringan in Shurasharima Kapa, Siningan in Darsharima Kampaziringan in Dulata Saka Kapaziringan in Dula Saka Kapaziringan in Dula Kapa, Siningan in Udila Kampaziringan and Meshara Kapaziringan and Meshara Kapaziringan in Maringan in Nilaki Kapa. Siningin Martin Lila Gekamba Siningen Siki Shmar Sagbara Dari no Pera de Macampa Sininger Bobor God and Punin Garian Nega Campa Sitting Garinini Dorgani Dingaran Nunani Yaran Sarur Nananga Gatari Garden Nakampa Sinigarana Kamba Siringar Kia Kamba Siningar Duki Kamba Siningar Bokamba Siningar Starkamba Siningar Shamashu Kamba Siningar Gokamba Siningar Madukamba Siningar Nibadakamba Siringari Kumpa Siringaran Kikompa Siringaran Loal Korkorai Kikompa Siringan in Leoling Korkorek Kumpa Siringan in Pipil Sharek Kumpa Siringan in Korkorek Gishi and Babaragi Kumpa Siringan Nona Dingerkol and Nego Kumpa Kakarmu Ujugsul Lazur Gidim Sul Mulazur Ingerzul Maskim Susiana Kumpa Sikil Kumpa Siringan in Lolalu Korkorek Kumpa Siringin in Leolaning Korkorek Kumpa Siringan in Pipil Sharek Kumpa Siringan in Kurkorek Kumpa Siringara Norna Dingara Galele Keri kapa Siligarana kapa Silingerki kapa Baba Barara Terra Barara Baba Barara Gegerne Azagora Sagbi Mora Teram Tartarazi Bi Mora Terel Tugsur Kurbi Morna Terla Lazur Garbi Morna Tergidim Zuri Bi Morna Tergalazur Garbi Morna Terdingerger Gerbi Morna Termi Arnabi Atashbi Arbara Bar and Bi Arish Karshapi Ati Barduka Shapu Shatu Terni Om Hayagri Variyar Namahom Havisnar Ver Namhom Kisavar Yanamom Murusharar Yanamom Kubinari Yanamom Pundaraka Sari Yanamom Pisnar Ver Namom Pisombarari Yanamom Harari Yanamo Omariga Yanamom Savagi Sari Yanamom Sabadarari Yanamom Saratarari Yanamo Omnera Darari Yanamom Nera Karari Yanamom Nera Sarari Yanamom Nera Paravari Yanamom Nera Janari Yanamom Niskarakari Yanamom Nita Zarari Yanamom Nera Marari Yanama Sirana Maria Namaha Om Saxia Namo Saraya Namum Sarvaraya Kaya Namum Srimata Namuloka Trisari Namum Sivari Namum Sarva Sar Pradaria Nama Veradarte Namum Veradaria Namum Veraveria Namum Paratararia Namum Panaria Namum Paria Namum Punyaya Namum Punyakataria Namum Parapararia Namum Paramarne Namum Parasmata Namum Parasaria Namum Parasagaria Nama Pararia Namum Sabada Bakaria Namum Viruser Namum Veraveraca Paracaria Namum Sacolo Parisver Yarnama Omnis Calaria Namum Salves Carate Namahum Scalaman Mudrayuta Castaria Namaha Para Pararia Namum Paranar Porusaria Namum Resaria Namum Sarataria Namo Paramis Pararia Namum Santaria Namum Dantaria Namum Titor Marharia Namaha Chitar Metraya Namahum Jagamaria Namahum Jamamarta Haria Namum Jivaria Namum Jayadaria Namum Jariana Saria Namaha Japa Priya Namum Japa Stuya Namum Japa Kurte Namahum Priya Kurte Namahum Vipalve Namaha Vimalaya Namum Visvaria Namum Visuputre Namum Vir Hustutaria Nama Vir Vis Nurs Vis Studiayar Namum Santidaria Namum Kesanti Kakarakiar Nama Sraya Pradaria Namum Srati Maria Namum Sraya Sampataria Namum Isvadaria Namum Asasuria Nama Omana Taru Paria Namum Prandaria Namum Priti Pataria Namum Vaitaria Namum Vaitaru Paria Namum Salva Sasen Namum Tamaharaya Namum Jana Sakaria Nama Misharanier de Namum Portna Kandra Samprabaria Namum Jaradaria Namum Vatabaria Namum Yugenda Namum Yoisaria Namum Sabra Kamardaria Nama Omahario Kin and Namum Mahamord and Nama Omoni Saria Namum Shre Sam Namum Hamsaria Namum Paramahamsaria Namum Viscotre Namum Viraja Namum Shurhas Parti Sana Kasaria Nama Jatamaran Masyu Taria Namum Maria Manyan Harti Taria Nama Sabe Gisvararia Namahum Pranavor Gitaruparia Namum Veraharkar Markarte Nama Itisri Hayagriva Sutara Satana Mavali Om Mananataria Namum Madasaria Namum Garadaria Namum Global Kararia Namum Vikarabaria Namum Manamesataria Namum Vadaria Namum Verabakarabaria Namum Visnubriaya Namum Verastriaya Namum Vitamaria Namum Visatararia Namum Sasaria Namum Sarusania Nama Umes Paramanadi Taria Namuma Dundari Namuma Mintikararia Namuma Karasa Panaya Nama Oma Manastutia Namuma Garuparia Namum Valaria Namum Vasukaria Namum Parakaria Nama Umpanekararia Namum Savarandani Namum Vasura Sani Namum Varavasitaria Namum Vipsandin and Namum Vatikamarania Nama Tamoro Paria Namum Darbikararia Namum Darindararia Namum Casaparamashaya Namum Kalaru Paria Namum Yugana Paria Namum Yuganararia Namum Rasmataria Namum Namikatraria Namum Pisopelia Namum Visumaria Namum Sakabarania Namum Sakabararia Namum Sambatia Namum Saranaria Nama Pagasara Satamum Parasania Namum Pramadaria Namum Barakandaria Namum Barakandaria Namum Baravisaya Namum Barakandaria Nama Sores Namum Babigaranaria Namum Bravia Petalaria Namum Tasakaria Namum Bukalapisaria Nama Shivaria Namum Barivaria Namum Padaria Namum Punya Namum Punya Kataria Namum Barasaria Namum Baragaria Namum Niskalaria Namum Barabaratia Nama Kurkaria Namum Strasaria Namum Santaria Namum Dantaria Namum Baratia Mania Namum Savapujaya Namum Savakaraya Namum Nerasaya Namum Nerajararia Namum Avataria Namum Saraya Namum Savarikaria Namum Danijaya Namum Avataria nama Umfakelu Parianamum Tamara Parianamum use Parianamum Kalanayanamum Pararianamum Brakarinamum Sakarakaratianamum Jirukararianamum Jibarianamum Janayanamum Javaparianamum Visorubarianamum Beresrarianamum Bereswam Sutiayanama Sri Pradarianam Pradarianam Vishnu Taparianam Gutarianam Tararianam Ragasarianam Ragapusarianamaha Umbushangarianam Bayuruparianam Sari Sopayanam Sakalu Parianam Karuzumudarianam Rabatikarianam Susum Abramikarianama Umpani Rabi Busarianam Nagindrayanamaha it is Sri Naga the Varta Sutara Santana Mabali. Nesho Korestenos Kulus Mihi Frashiran Talnos Humberno Cancer Turcharka no Shurlor Sien Shurl Dashir Sien Kridias Murcheres Sien Kierenka Bombra Sermia Sien True Gurtier Dasur Star Nemanatalan Merchersen Spior de Nermian Tierne Forma Dierne Formatie shur tu labore bier tu smultier de tu wantriu gardo doinan da terra marxa iorat darum Attirusan gun robler da min ronjan jangum benat kjerker Dial Monsieur ser penetjerde Monsieur naci penetjerde mesa mono beurde se penetjerde mona bure neer der naam sak doordat hij was er siule a chiurli verdri norme erat hariches stereo buur nuri currency Corniers Nuoris Conchiers Senior Nuor Biensening City Sur Sierra Kelly Sierra Mira Massa Sur Furia Sar Bordi Massa Sur Marateri Diers Biordi Asiers Colcardier Fura Gus Fura da Fur Nise Deorne Crores Crore Fia Nature Coronic Mergus Nar Biennieuw mena sure kroorte gozen bjule trier cure nese domo shosen en tiertan maka gozen spior neurbeera barbianar no era krode bera chnas ore mesera gosur gas jorne berne slum fern gos more befu ruled airbnb arge Teore na krone agus ferna sercerde be fern ormser agus olkar stjorne beni slum fern. Karchi kalin tadvarpina sangita karavo muna beri narvi edarna kamalas varama horpad lama sambu brahma rapari gana sarjita paro jagna swami naina patikami bavartu me bushe savia verum serasi si kipincham caritate duculam netrutante sana chakara tarksam virararte saras remad parada var sartin vila pari jario jagnas pamina in a pathar karami babartu me borde stiere canacaro cierde nilasicare vasan prasarana tasaharja Palabadrena balina subadra Maria sarsta surra seva vasarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakami Bavartu me Korpo parvar sarjala jalada srenoru cierro Ramavani Ramasaporada Mala Pankarhur Hamurka Surrendre Ravardias Ruti Gana Sika Gita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patakami Bavartume Ratorur Gashan Parti Merlito Burderi Vabardar Listurti Tradur Bar Varm Pratipar Murtar Karanya Sadar Yadasin Durbarna Sakala Jagarta Sindur Surtar Yajagana Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartume Para Brahmar Pairda Kubala Yadalo Polar Nario Nivarsini Ladro Niheta Charono Nanta Sarasi Rasarando Radha Sarasar Varu Parirangana Zarako Jagana Swami Nayana Patakami Bavartume Nardvayar Shera Jamna Char Karakar Marinki Viparu Var Nadia Ham Ram Yam Nikila Jara Kam Yam Vara Vardrum Sarakala Kada Pranamathar Parti Naji Dacharito Jaganaswami Naina Patikami Bavartume Ratvam Samsaram Durtaram Marsaram Surapate Haratam Papadam Vitartit Maparam Yarava Parte Ahodi Nanatam Nihita Charono Nishitar Mertam Jagannath Swami Patikami Bavartume Jagannath Sakum Purniam Yapate Prayarta Susir Sarva Papa Visur Dharma Visnu Lord Kalm Sarga Charti Tishri Matsankar Harya Virachitam Jaganastakam Sampurnam. Brahma Morarli Sora Chirtalingum Nirmala Paseta Sortita Lingum Jan Mataduka Virasana Lekam Pranamami Sarasiva Lingum Deva Muni Pravarchira Lingum Kamarana Karunikara Lingum Ravana Darpa Virasana Lingum Tapramame Sarasiva Lingum Sarva Sugaranda Sulapita Lingum Urvi Vivarara Karara Lingum Sira Sora Sora Vaneda Lingum Tapranamame Sarasiva Lingum Kaneka Mahamani Busita Lingum Pani Pati Varita Sobita Lingum Daksasa Surtarda Venasana Lingum Tapranamami Siva Lingum Kunkuma Chandana Lapira Lingum Pankajahara Susubita Lingum Sanchita Papana Venasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingum Devagara Chitta Savita Lingum Bavaira Bhakta Bharabacha Lingum Dinakara Kuti Prabhakara Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Astadalo Paravisitita Lingam Sarva Sambhava Karana Lingam Astadari Dravinasana Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Sora Guru Sorva Vararhujita Lingam Sora Vana Puspasarachita Lingam Para param 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 paramakalingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Lingar Stakamarirtam Purniam Yapate Sirva Sori Rul Siva Lokama Norti Sevina Sahamurarte Nataraja Nataraja Nartanda Surnara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankar Nataraja Kandam Bakanar Narpriyam Sidambarya Vihari Nambara Baramur Balagumpita Svartim Balalora Surkam Sarambarka Markarnar Nan Saram Burvar Herni Darin Rambuje Jagar Gurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Samasta Bharta Porsanavasva Hastabada Karkarnam Prasartar Kerti Vibharvam Nyarasar Jara Pardam Karastar Murtisar Haram Serastakan Ramarnardam Ramboje Jagagorum Serambaram Vivavarye Jara Karti Tamarditam Nitala Lokara Virtam Pankerta Sardikratam Patera Pankala Parnam Naturga Porvar Virnam Kutara Pasadarinam Harombuja Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Kuranga Sabasobitum Seram Karjana Narsitum Parangana Vikararam Varangara Garanjirtam Karangatara Sarkam Turnanga Metrikargamam Harambuje Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Amanda Barya Barjarnam Sumanda Hasasan Murkam Sumanda Manda Kamini Garinda Kanya Kikada Vaham Samamda Mamda Luta Mamanda Yanta Mamado Horamboja Jagagurum Sinambaram Vibavarye Karindra Karbavasarsam Yarindra Kapararinam Surendra Mukya Porjirtam Kagendra Vahana Priyam Mahindra Busarno Shavalam Nagendra Javela Sernam Horomboja Jagagorum Sirambaram Vibavarye Malavani Raratarte Saravila Sakarinum Palarisa prapanjarnam lalama rupalokarnam lasakani pindraharinam jvala trisulajarirnam Karomboja jagagorom serambaram vivavarye sasangkakvaru virutro virajita trilukana Visvala varsa san sudirkarana surana maritam Nargam balur sarvar bararam Dararatam virtam Koromboje jagagorom sirambaram vivavye Sarantaranga sajarno kapasarangara sarne Maranda yukta dorjarna lisiksane vikarsarna Sirambara kesa guru swaru pametya butale Sara sivo verajarte sara moral virto Hora sirambarika sa guru ridam sara vilasinum Muraligane yesa kursarura pabara mastarakam Sarabasar padara palaye Hari priya taranarne Vira priya kaniska la jaga guru ranugra hariti shriti nambara banga kamaram stotra Om Sharavana Bhavyar Namaha Om Tapurshariya Vidmahe Mama Setanariya Dermahitano Skanda Prajudairam Skandaria Kartikeya Yar Parvati Priyar Nandanarya Charmahadir Vakumaraya Subramarnya Yarten Namaha Gashu Vakanamustu Borndarakar Borndar Barndiar Pararabindar Yasutarkara Yasarana Nariyar Mirkartikara Maria Gori Horarnan Dasamur Bariyar Namostu Turidiam Pranata 300 Kortre Samastarsian Marlora Tarmam Datra Tarnam Paratara Kasia Hontre Prakaranda Soratara Kasia Morta Mortaria Sahasura Mortaria Gornardia Garayaria Parapararia, Namostu Turbiam Siki Vaharnaria, Namostu Te Brahma Vedaram Varararia, Degambararia, Samskitaria, Haranaria, Harania, Baravaria, Namo Hararia, Rarar Serabas, Varu Paria, Tarpo, Dararia, Tarpa, Pararnam Prati Pararkia Sara Kumoraria Himora Merne Trini Kortaris Vararia Vera Gerne Namana Mostu Turbiam Sora Jan Marne Vibu Praparta Soria Runaran Parn Kartarike Valaria Kabala Para Kramaria San Matoria Yamarna Soraria Mir Urstar Mario Tara Merushe Namo Nomu Garanan Paraya Ganaria Namo Sturte Jan Majara Tigaria Namo Visarkaria Soksati Panaria Sarvarsia Natasha Kumararia Karia Kron Kararia Tara Kamaria Karia Svarhi Yargingeria Cha Kargeria Sarivia Tripiam Saratam Namo Tusi Tisriskarne Mahaporane Kasikande Panaka Vimasarti Tamodia Sri Karkiya Starkam Skandu Vaka Gogisvaro Mahesvara Karkeyo Gerandara Skanda Kumora Sernes Varmiskang Sankara Salbava Ganga Yastamara Guraskar Brahmagari Siki Sarana Na Sabda Brahma Samudraska Sida Sarasvarto Gura Sara Komoru Bagarvan Burgo Murga Sofala Prada Sora Jarma Ganantisa por Varjo Murti Morgor Kursarva Galma Pranirta Karvanchir Orta Prador Sarana Stars Beam Sartela Marni Mariarni Ya Pater Pradius Radaria Yortomo Kovargas Parti Balver Mahamontro Mayarnirti Mamam Nalmanul Kiertan Nal Mahaprajar Nal Mavnulti Natro Korea Vikara Nari Tisri Rugraria Male Prajna Vivar Darnarkiam Srimat Karkiya Stotram Naradu Varcha Pranamriya Sarasa Devaram Gari putram venayalakam bata varsam smaranitya mariorsa mortisiardie pratharmam bagoraturn dalm chari karnam tam virti yarkam triki yam kursnar pingar sam garjar vartram chaturra tam lambuda rampachar mam chasastam vigartal meva chasaptal mam Vignara Jaram Chardumravaranam Tatharstarman Navarmam Balachandram Charasarmam Tuvina Yarkamekara Samgana Partim Dvara Sam Tukararam Dvara Sartarni Narmi Trisadiam Yapathanara Nacha Vernardiam Tarsia Salva Sirikaram Paramvediarti Labharte Virdiam Darnarti Labharte Darnam Porarti Labhate Putran Murksarti Labharte Gartim Japar Karna Paresututram Sabdi Birmaser Palamla bet samvat sar nasir tim chala barte natra samsarya starbio brahmabriyas chalek vaya samar parya tarsya bir yabaver sor vakarasasya prasara taiti srinara poradne sankasthana sarnal namagarna sastotram Advaitalvastalva Marte Pranamarjaranam Sampardanaria Dartadmaranalma Sirma Rupam Prada Posararatam Pranartari Karvasiam Devad Murdar Kamarpi Navami Kurpasamudram Nataja Vakanor Talva Prakas Kalasya Dergeyam Sarhish Nuever Balburva Tarasiar Stambavar Nolmitol Mahavirshnu Vaxovi Darar Nam Yaska Korerdam Tamoharntum Saturapi Karuni Blitim Naraharti Barbusam Namarmi Tam Visnum Ripuhardiastir Tarajar Sar Gornami Vasar Mesir Karaja Gorai Darti Yastam Varte Pralarda Porvar Bargiyarni Kariyarbahal Pralardam Pranamar Jarna Parte Korvanti Divisardo Yarnie Pralada Pradurnam Siltrom Kurute Namami Yastar Marham Saradindu Karndal Valam Koraja Pravarti Parat Suradisam Koranam Bujaratargiyam Tarasai Vardratam Drakora Varntarmirde Mohero Ladrovar Bupsakar Sormia Sankan Kanartam Prakarti Korusi Beriasia Korta Borior Tarva Mertaviakiar Prasid Yordiar Dasal Sam Yurti Tishringeri Jagat Guru Sri Chitar Nardesa Vipanarat Simharba Baratis Varnir Bivirasitim Srinir Simasartakam. Jing Shin Shin Zhou Tai Sheng Tai Xing Ying Ban Wu Ting Gu Shi Fo Ming Bo Ming Ho Xian Ji Hui Ming Ying Jin Shen Nan Ning Shen Hu Nong Ju Po Wu Shang King Ji Ji Ro Li Ning Jing Gu Xin Zhou Dan Zhu Gu Xin Tu Hu Ju Fen She Xin Jing Ren Dong Ming Yang Xin Lu King Chi Shen Q Je Wei Shen Hu Shen Hu Ben Ki Shen Yen Jin Jin Shen Dan Yun Ling Gu Dong Shen Shi Shen Lan Ye Dao Ki Chong Kunji Jiruli Ling Jen Shen Shen Zhu Ling Bo Tin Junan Wei Shen Jing Di Ji Hun Po Wu Zhong Zhong Ming King Long Bai Hu Do Xing Fin Yun Jing Hu Zhong Wu She Wei Wu Xin Ji Jiruli Ling An Tu Li Xin Zhu Yuan Qi An Jin Hu Guo Wan Ling Yor Du Xin Guan Tu Di Xi Ling Zhu Xie Yu Ji Bo Le Wang Jing Hui Zhong Shen Du 内为清廷给安邦为被修当今天上有名修些有情会有道路有能力现今 Tian đi xin chúa tian đi di ren hệ ký phân xin đông dung dôn dung linh tê dung bảo phèn quay xin siêu vô di ren linh bố phu mình bố vô siêu thiên gần lô ra la đông gong tai sun zan yo phu ye do ren sa gong quay one tiền jin xin xin yo won si yu win si shong yi ban ke beng yan nen an jing wu yu bài hay gì quên mù quáng su su sẽ với vô dụng dụng hối chủ sân đấu thị trường không chỉ chỉ ru lý linh trong quang xin chủ thiên lý trong trong quan kỳ bên gần quang su quan chế sinh vũ sinh động trong chế sẽ với vào đầu du dụng phù yêu chính quang dấu vũ sinh sĩ sĩ bổ hiện chính sĩ bổဝင်đầu lúa thiên đi用有功dụng修气班新有文明纯洁是为我的是为完新处理系来的为有相当人为王性内有比例性人民同学学无给正天正王书让夫妇信心以及入的领袖让先修都有先修让这种上 Zhongguo Yulu Jin Kun Dikian Xinling Japan Jian Pei Lin Zhuan Ling Xin Guan Guo Jing Da Jiordan Jijiru Li Ling Zhuan Yun Zhu Yuan Zhan Tai Shu Ho Shei Shei Shu Jia Jia Shu Or Hu Xian Hu Fu Wu Bang Pei Hui Xi Xiong Xi Wu Jin Jin Wang Gren Nan Bei Nei Shu Yi Yan Dong Zhong 西蜀林夫yon西中中新运动夫小小起有明明起无尽给您是看新罗你给夫有名状有来有西神人度 Nam mô He La Ra 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 Do La Ye Ye Ran Mo Ala Ye Po Lo Jerdi Shu Bo La Ye Por Ti Sar Lu Po Ye Mo He Sar Lu Po Ye Mo He Jar Lu Ni Sha Ye Hong Sa Po La Par Yi Shur Da Lo Da Jer Nam Mo Jir Chi Li Do Ye Meng Ga Li Ye Po Lo Jir Di Shi Po La Ling Tu Po Nan Mo lo la jen chi ji li mo he po lo sha mie sa po a ta do shu pen ga shi yun sha po sha do nam mo po sha do nam mo ke mo pa he do la ji ta un ga po lo ji lo ja li ja lo li yi ji li mo he po ri sa do sa po mo la mo shi li to yun chu lu 如如下明如如如如花谢眼里莫黑花谢眼里多拉多拉里里你是不拉也些拉些拉莫莫巴莫拉莫蒂里是那拉先不拉先里发下巴先不拉先也呼噜呼噜莫拉呼噜呼噜日里说拉说。La gili shulu portia mirli yalola genchili sani na po yermo na sur por heji to yaso po hemo heji to yaso po heji to yuishi po la yeso po helola genchi so po hemo la lola so po heji la sengamo ke se ye sopo he sopo mo he agito ye sopo he je agi la ha jito ye sopo he bo to mo je agi to ye sopo he lo la genchi po ke la ye sopo he mo po li sheng ja la ye sopo he namo he la dardo do la ye yer namo a li ya polo Girdi Shopo Ayasopo Hel Hong Giriando Mando Labato Yasopo He Bore Bolo Miao Dol Jianjing Gon Jai Japo Sha Jing Jing Bore Bolo Mirishi Cho Jan Wu Yun Jier Kong Dui Ke Ku Jier Li Shi She Bu Ye Kong Kong Bu Ye She She Shi Shi Kong Kong Shi Shi She Shou Zhong Xin Shi Yu Fu Ru Shi She Li Ji Shi Zhu Fa Kong Zhong Bu Sheng Bu Me Bu Ko Bu Sheng Bu Sheng Bu Zhang Shi Gu Kong Zhong Wu shou zhong xing qi wu yan er bi she shen yi wu she xing yang wei chu fa wu yan jer na ji wu ya she er jia wu wu ming yi wu ming chen ye nai ji wu liao xi yi wu liao xi er chen wu guo jia miao liao lu wu er ji er yi wu de yi wu shou de gu por ti sa duo yi Bore bolo merdo gujin war qua hai wa hai wo yu kong bo yon lir dan dio ming chang zhu zheng ner pan san chi zhu fo I bore bolor mi dol gor dealo dolor samyan san portijur gorge bore bolo merdo shera jen george da 明说是无上说是我零零说零就一个过线是不说无说 Bore bolo mia cordor jor 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 ger der ger de borol gerdi bolo sen gerdi porti sapo he nan mo poto ya nan mo da mo ya nan mo senke ya nan mo gunji ja bu sha mo he sha jora bajen ger da ger to han jo jera par di shendo morning mo he born ting mi lu di se ja jo la ja la sha ya hong ba she he an ba tur mor jen dur morning show la hong an ba lo tur bordan mi hong ar no mo san mandut molto nana bolardi he dol sier so lang nan dagito an ke ji ru wala bola dice cha ji shi li shopu ja shandi ja shi li sho wa he Namo fotu yer namo damo yar nar mo shenker yer aji di hulu si du hulu jiri bo jiri po jirali bo luli so wahia now boga war via bala mirdar la yulia na no shu bieni si di jar de joala je da tageda he ala heri sanyo sanbudaya dat niyatana sadli bar sang sigeli bali shura dala mar dige gana sang ma wugeri shaba wa bi shurdi mahena ya bali wali sho hena mobo ke far di pishar she julore luli bola pola hela sheya dato yerlo Yasatla Herdi Samyo Sanbo to Yadajito Hong Pishashi Sanmo Jerry Show He Ong Mani Bari Me Hong Magani Yarna Chidu de Barda Jere Jer now where Dali Ger Saur War Tarbo Jerry Tagena Bular Nabore dur der banna mor normal dorji shola ye so heli poli po liku heke herdi tolori di ni he lar di pilini di mohe kerdi gen linkandi namu wemi do po yer do kedo pem yer do por di yerto e mi alido por lui a hem mi alido gitan por pier mi do pijalan di mi alido pijan len do ter mirni ke dorjer li so po hena mo po tunan mo da monan mo singna mo shili mo heti bi dar ni to boli fulu no jelly san manto dasheni mohepi erole di san manto jol boli di fulu no wali no an mo di mohepi luor di mohemi ailear di lor bosenkiar di senki di shan manto ato no polo ni 秋天炎炎雷声不花金春雷悠悠我当中春去有顺春有西缅甸的有为丹的有我本身而万物有我唯一有福禄寿下神有红马红青西神一西为神神烟 ang la pui shi vi shan yan hing li jing xing chu yon ning wu nai ate he ye ya yogi chi mani tu koko miki somo poko wa ate he ye ya yogi chi mani tu koko miki somo poko wa o ki wa nixista mixtar ki he arna he yo te ya tora pi ai gina he yo te ya tora pi ai gina he yo te ya tora tarti born gina hini yo te ya tora Artan di won kina ini yo ya hi yu ni ba hu hi yu na ba hi yu ni ba hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na he ne na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu ni ba hu ya hi yu ni ba hi ya he ne na Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawana, hini swavira kini, hini swavira kini, ni tui na ho, ni tui na ho, warasina na ho, warasina na ho, ni masiasi sini, masiasi si. Om Narayana Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahi Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakaraya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dharmahi Tano Krishna Prachudaya Om Radporshaya Vidmahe Sasrakshariya Mahadevarya Dharmahi Tano Rura Prachudaya Om Vikadandadariya Vidmahe Vakratundariya Dharmahi Tano Radi Prachudaya Om Karya Vidmahe Kanya Murkiya Dharmahi Tano Durga Prachudaya Om Vikrapriya Chara Vidmahe Kamaracharya Dharmahi Tano Vidvi Prachurayado Mahadeviyai Chabir Mahevish New Partniyai Chardi Mahitaro Lakshmi Prachurayat on Munir Sjertnien Gantrithando Tes Natimrachnam Sir Tri Balasrim Pro Urkatir Tri Asar Dan Durate Tir Serch Torna Tarsidam Duronton Tir Nim Chorerne Serfum Chorviti Durilas Rinsin Durin Nir Naskar Mutual orchardom the arsening the bas korn baserad av njur margenternia naar bar naar der bar surdam dorin naar sterfin tuni firba vortir morit sortor borrech mortir monur neer lam lord morlech neem the bas voor tor Mortek nimrag bana tir Deutschland na Dorglas na dur Deutschland nimlien tortur na kurde parakiorde bjordin druntion tjernam sierte urigard na njurle Armenia senet serch tam serdak konontirnina sierte voor nevi buris bealtir Moserschrender dun dit rol om elandsjurster om lea lord moor am sen serchbarnerek robocher tar set brenar ser derban et kortal kor lesa Robert Raftin spirito norit form sa domine esalustor teru esaluster damne esaluster pane esaluster damne esaluster Krishna asa soluster damne esaluster tur esaluster super populum turum damne benedicto tuam. Arte heye yayo, arte heye yayo, arte heye lo, arte heye lo. Ni tuni shila wini gele keke ta ye yayo, ni tinu shila wini gele keke ta ye yayo. Ate heiolo arte heiolo ni tatakuye wini gele keke taye yayo ni takurye wini gele keke taye yayo arte heiolo mi chinchira nampe mayorze arte heiolo inch ini charger ini charge kerte arte heilo charon pawan charchi orti charon pawan chi charupi arte heilo chayani pikata arte heilo hetue chaheu chari ho hetue chaheu chari ho hunko kile chaya heo ho hunko kile chaya heo ho arte ye he yellow arte ye he yellow one narian marni ye tatanka one mari ye arte he yellow let show me o con kete lo let show me o con kete lo yo taku maka I charga herna mita warye lo taku maka I charga herna mita warye lo yo arte yellow arte yellow eya yo min ching shi te wakila che ya min ching shi te wakila che ya o ya te yo min ching shi te wakila che ya min ching shi te wakila che ya o ya te ni charga pikata che ya o ya te ni chaga pikitache ye arte ye he yellow arte ye he yellow ha ye ha ye ya yo mi la kin hi you mi chi arna mi la kin hi you mi chi arna wa waka blaka te ye wa waka blaka te ye on chi he yellow yo on chi he yellow yo Puya chinyi wasta wakagin kete, puya chinyi wasta wakagin kete, onchi hey yellow yo, onchi hey yellow lo, le hey ya hey ye, le ya hey ye, kangi yo ya te ye, chai ya wa un wello kangi ye o ya te ye, chai ya wa un wello ni ya te ye, he we ni ya te ye, we one bali galeshka one ya ni hiyo we one bali galeshka one ya ni hiyo we mi o con kin one lucky mi o con kin one lucky henna when lucky henna when lucky hi hi mi ching shi mira waya mi ching shi mira waya arte heu we are heu we are ya ye heu welo are he ya heu welo yani pikita ya welo yani pikita ya welo wasa wakin kita ye wasa winkin kita ye lechi ya ipo lechi ya ipo hey yellow, arte hey yellow, Atalena makuwe atalena makuwe perawan yan makuwe perawan yan makuwe ara makuwe ara makuwe ina hekuo misun kale che yao marni misun kale che yao marni ina hekuo wana sapiketa unchi razipa michuye arte heyelo he kernarianka galie he kernarianka galie one chia wana sapiketa ke yarpi lo one chia wana sapiketa ke yarpilo one kerpe kangario one kern kelpe kagario arte heyelo miya one mar yarga Yor mi yer wan marianka yor kangi o yarte wan chanku wakake lo kangi o yarte wan chanku wakake lo Yani pikete cha kola he yellow makasito maniano kio yarte o kio one bali o yarte one hoshier hori yellow arte he yellow mako one charia o kie perte kino kie kangi o yarte Juan Hoshi Heyelo Arte Heyelo Lena Rakan Wagagarchi Arte Heyelo Gale Kin Han Wakan Wagagarchi Arte Heyelo Chanon Pa Kin Wagagarchi Arte Heyelo Mio Karn Kin Michuchi Arte Heyelo Gale Kin Yiki Arte Heyelo Michinshi teherna kupie michinshi taena kupie makuche one wash te ariar gali pikerte arte heilo wana wicheshka arti yer wana wicheshkarti yer vi hurto o marni vi huto o marni o katana koyan wo warin kete arta michuya wani kemperte michurge warti kerpe michuria arkia wasna wakin kerte te wakila lahe when bleni chale ha er karielo wan bleni chala har karielo tokiche warn wegele kinta tokiche wan wegele kinkate ni hun kun he herielo wakarnyani ya kinkate chakan gelishka one lusa hani yar kinkite changelishka one lusani ya kinkite one wadiagado po one wadiarkupo arte heyelo en Israël sorne bezoekt in het ruas renuja ze crucia remer produce skapu kenjur ken sekem ne pronomati kenja pem muru ne psgo mari basharat me courage sermen ne psbara je zabzota tem suten me kinu no kepersetes baram kem nu taf ne bu ne pse kompetem da jo ne pe toim bo var tepen solo i roman tops solo surun podna trus min ma hacha toy ras na pet kem baram tem nu da better sen na prata de be shata put ma hita ponto tem on amara prata sen na protek har beenken nu altijd nu hebben ze die hama holame shubi heb ze kem nu wat geen die hebben juti ju da brek bro da brek nu en hebben bij ze share bij straf die hebben ze sabi sale puabi en nummer die amne ket ko bet romeri korsi ket romeri kurti rusker romeri kurti aru teme ru ne shrade pe ru en number wana pu ru et har romen an pu heru so sa te bi oi get tap kelem di smart beru dev ken ro du small motor pe ke di best to o sare sari kerus men keres of kerum kuris kerinus and metus ketu mentu is sequinish and sura ke para de perin kedesum kedu is suitably suitarium shootas kapten we harit henuminas in a or up can been with the rush can emer mobile set so after ketu and get gabi sarhamber ramani men hedron that of that on an shara kero is your second and pen dead so the lucia that are apoda so but second toy or mabu amid gets said to be your purple and sikim resusikim toy but happening sikim best of capers that but master was and it was a skim and hair bara iskiro por juras of baby arin see of course so her packers so kikara me saramente so it kumusiku so so the moon is getting capacity sarmada sara pepets and music and petcher pediam capitun of mariam tesmoki so is scotty so set up on the second number at any minute to government mariam pugyan sheri kamishi keru nekin sorkuru basti ra the calamity on the business so like in board never attempts in the several hour I would to retain him never name cautious of the Panama never to him the petitus when the notes of copushes of Garo when the petition on to each of got him all patients for him shop at the skin and drink captain and turning tennis and can to gun to temperance crement to never to the massive shoot curtain jazarato and until they never these and when knees rogers reckoning so go usually guess and as I can put a corium jerry who are two by short of the Asian enemy sari mit duty Rebecca to like Lucas mo up sick about one and give for the devil and go Riguru you wabudi and get in Martin, Japan and Harry, Chachata Zerdi, I'm now to be named because of Karabaruda, contented to him, they sent him, Mario, since you can edit never you want me to one penny, what army, Tatap, never what I'm at the Toy Saturday, Ramana, and Canoe, then as you are like, you can edit that petty and such as Mary walking a whole ten of Rodas or some sort more money, or no choice, so I'll break up a moon, take Nemesis to never tapping in any man, no, I say never tapping to read the white operation machine, never talk, I come back, who says, I am so two way, never them, never do way. You also put them to tap, you also put them hold up them body, must you top you, government, your and get some two mutek neutronum, you can emperor, city operating to do name some rami, Moe, not Teleperina, I'm turning up the 30 set, Caprama, Utam, Bejaret, Tunami, Uno, I can musical, some more headaches, or a petico pereora. Or super cam them look at the black is what secretary to do for them to them new cooperate or on party curtoya can look down Q quips information toy or crew to a pre hamanasaman new who my name is Pie and Boom nets and I said net the leads of the Pem Sacramento to good take as raw or Tersanaki Kawai Marco and Capra do messages to the white primate that moved up Nenabo Notre Casuti Serenaki all but then Serenaki Mohoy net 3 teams a ping me penetrum and as over then you say I guess you rename the something and get out call my angel who net the war and Herod Tesumas who shall do up Jara no equation and Jack no gap Capron to war or enough to mommy Masaru to us attend to make you but never Shrakara Shuru Kutiari des Kamamun and Kitaka proved up him to Fumu to boot on a parosal and drug member I concur about Pesekai Neg she can kept Nekuruna Bruce or Ektar and Shibakarabam can a America abuse could take a topic now shot up and never winning in injury was otherwise or happen Schwabish was now Emerson Joseph and repel us and everything secroning seconding said or these sort of bit of a initially setting you know I'm soon Capri Capru never get captured Bumias or now and Karatan Mansing a bear who not and Mikey Berry and the Royce of the sauce of Baku Karim coming here to Adi Lutanadins Sabi what to Nain Abeg Sebab Persiana Curry Hardy Fernando Deep Sarah and my show bus and the suities about kind of making God of the Category Maranki Secretary got a Jata Ruaman time net Canada Camera Wamanos and Turnamic Number Jata Rulam Resru Rusum Suamo Amenems get a Paramicana Maru Amno Sikan and who never got some of Sikan and Kurabe Quabe some Kareman Anke Karen Hill Wambaru Wambrekin at Rus Marasikan and Korape or Karabeshu and actually Bari Gorsali Kabirian Calaberu when I'm Kabirik and Magnet one National Betic into the Nekigu Somon New Hampshire Shemati it's a sense of Konashami to an Enkiku Sekara Kabian and Malu selling Bakaisan and then Sabram Katina Kapkua to Harding Ruan or Paramacano Ramadan Cadence and Rapakipo making them go to short happening, shooting happening, but in the Paramatina through Mr. Secretary and Nunity, Samuni Poman, Scapas, on a Tabapus and Jarajaramas, Carapus, Tapasus, Avasarina, Capuas, and Zuikaba, Capamata, Undrapuanum, should have to near the Atlantic, Nathan through Emes. Poised threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward and inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compas, Ziana Compa. New, new. Kepra, Matum, Kansu, or Simtok Shabu Balanisham Truina, high or Simtok Shabu Balanisham Truina, high or Simtok Shabu Balanisham Truina, high, Abrata, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope your morning's going swimmingly, or perhaps your afternoon or evening, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome back to planet Earth. Watch your step. There is a little bit more extra chaos out in the world than normal. So we'll make our trip today short. I'm just kidding. I'm not going nowhere early. I'm here. I hope you're here. I hope you felt that, because I felt that. I felt that this morning. It was a good one. It's a good jam. Oh, hold on. Boy, is it easy to get a mess going if I just leave things out and move to the next thing. You ever have that problem? Took me, I don't know, 30, 20, 30, a good old many years to learn that lesson. I think we can pick you guys up now. Look y'all up here. How about that? Oh, there we go. Oh, see, it was charging. It was on the charger because this battery might run out faster. Think we're all good over yonder. Yeah, pretty good right there, guys. Hope audio's been okay here. Pretty sure it has. Interesting. There's a little. Oh, I did want to try one thing I hadn't tried before. Hold on. Okay, I'm going. Well, I'm not going. You know, I got the idea. Let's see. Maybe it'll go. Maybe. I'm just warming up. All right. Hello, TikTok. Hello to those on YouTube. What's up, fam? I know you're doing good today, and this world certainly will like to provide distractions as normal, and we're gonna do what we do as normal. And I've found when one door opens, many more doors open. It's interesting. I was going back. I mentioned this individual a couple of days ago. Dr. Joe Dispenza, a legitimate doctor, and doing work in the field of really understanding what what we're experiencing in life. His program's really excellent. I was watching it just the other day, and it was talking about exactly why I remember loving his program so much because he was. I'm using my own words, so however you want to flow with that, you can. Though in my book of Citra that I wrote, it's published. If you want a free copy, shoot me an email, citra@yahoo.com. Real easy, same name of the book, except with @yahoo.com. You can find it on Amazon.com to buy, hardback or softback, 20 to I think it's 40 for the hardback, so 20 on the cheaper side for the soft, more expensive for the hard covers, something like that, I think. Or you can just shoot me an email and I'll send you a free PDF copy, free PDF copy of it. Now, in my book, I wrote this many years ago. I had got it copyrighted, the original portion of it, and then I spent years later. The original portion of my book consisted of 129 specific words introducing new realities that I had never read, heard of, or seen anywhere else. Now, at this point of me getting this information in my noggin, I did not study ancient Egyptian. I did not get into tarot. I was a good old Jehovah's Witness boy, really caged in the mind, really limiting my abilities as a person. So that, and that's the reality of that. So I wound up writing this, and then years later, after it's published, all right, I've got the ninth edition revised is what's currently available, and I've got that done, and I'm watching Dr. Joe Dispenza's program, a legitimate doctor using real science, real studies, real people come in, he shows the legitimate results. He ain't talking, he ain't showing any spiritual Egyptians, nothing of that sort. No religious. His is science, total science. And he was able to deduce into the reality and bring in sustainable evidence that was literally showing that one of my words was accurate. And in one of my words, in one of these 129 words, it I forget what the word is, but the meaning of the word itself is more important, which is that there is no empty space. There is all the creative matter you could ever need in every fucking space everywhere. It's not empty. It's full of possibility. Okay, and they go down to a scientific model, a old theory. It's not the blind split. It's another one, but it's the same concept I talk about a lot, and it's how that around us there is energy in the space of the environment, in the empty space, and it's just sitting there. He uses words and science and all that stuff. And I don't got all that reported to my memory to say it correctly, so I'm not going to try. But all that energy is potential and it's around us. And when we focus this kind of fifth dimensional possibility of a creation, whatever's possible will happen. Whatever's the most possible for all that shifting, and it can come together, and whatever's most possible of creation, it's going to try to create what was focused on. The space, the energy will reformulate itself, just like the placebo effect is proven magic. It's proven magic. They're transmutating a substance into a cure. It shouldn't be a cure. It's just fucking sugar. But their brain and their heart turned it into a cure. Fuck you. That's magic. That's high level transmutation magic. Hold, hold on. So I could eat anything and my body could be the healthiest it's ever been if I could truly turn my food into something else. What do? They pray over their food. Why? Because they're trying to send energy onto their food so they eat the energy. They're trying to force belief. It doesn't, wow. Hmm. I'd say follow the placebo studies more than what you're trying to eat. You know how I know? You know how I knew? Because before I changed how I ate, before I changed anything, my heart was hit. And when my heart got hit, things are changing. Things are changing. So your focus on what you want to achieve in life. The world's gonna throw chaos, it's gonna throw a storm, it's gonna throw this. But if you keep focused on exactly what you want, you gonna get it. Because the possibility of energy is gonna somehow, you kept focused. The world tried to pull your focus off, because if your focus was distracted, you wouldn't create anything. Ooh, oh, shit. That's what I knew, and that's why I always left when I couldn't when I couldn't have peace, when chaos chose to be dominant, I said, well, you can be king of your realm. I will go wandering as a lost vagabond if I must. But I will not have that kind of character. I will be respectful and honest and good in my dealings, and I will not forget the type of person that my mother taught me to be, and that I embody so much to remember her life. So, you know, keep your focus, and you can create your dreams. You literally go into a waiting game because, like, you set everything forth, and then all it is keeping your focus on it. If the dog, if the hunting dog, the hound, looking for whatever he's looking for, if he got distracted by the sweet smell from the jerky store, he'd, gosh, he'd be a whole, he'd never find what he'd find what he was looking for, and everybody else would be really upset. You know, the doggy treat store, whatever. You know, some to grab his nose to pull him off whatever he's after. Distractions, man. But if we can keep our focus on what we want, we could grab it because it will formulate in our environment. But if the heart knows, hey, this environment, those possibilities, it can't be created here. There's no way for that miracle to happen in this environment. And my life is like an arrow flying through the sky. I'm headed towards right where my destination is to be. I never stopped. And that's why on my spiritual journey and path, at a certain point, and for pretty much the whole thing of it, but for most of it, and at a certain point, I was told you just got to be present in my mind, in my heart. You just got to be present. Heck, be the present. It's all about the present moment. You could think about the past, you could plan for the future, but you could only live in the present because that's our present to you. And I was like, oh, all right. Sounds good enough. Sounds easy enough. Shoot, I can be present. It's just hard when somebody tells me to wear this and say that and look like this and don't move from there unless you get permission. Like, no, I'm kind of autonomous, you know, like I don't have no strings, so those kind of things don't work on me. And that's not a friend or anybody I want to hang around. So, you don't want to hear what's in my head. You don't want to hear it. Like, tell me, I want to hear it. If you've been watching and you've been paying attention, then you know a little bit of backstory. But if you haven't been, then you're completely lost and you're just going to judge me, which, you know, I'm used to people doing anyways. So, yeah, I might as well share. But I'm not going to try to sing anything, but I'm just going to say the words that were in my head. I'm just sharing the thoughts that were in my head here. There were three little birds singing out my window, and I called a crow over,
and got some silence. Have you ever seen the movie Funny Farm? He's like this dude who wants to write his book. All right, if you never see the movie or heard of it, he wants to write a book. So him and his wife, they're city people, they got business jobs, all that city life stuff. And they say, you know what, we're gonna move to the country and we're gonna buy a house and we're gonna retire. We're gonna live out in the country for the rest of our lives, right? So they go out to this like tiny little town and they buy this farm and they move into this house and like their stuff is late getting delivered to them and it's a funny movie. It's got Chevy Chase in it and other great actresses and but he wants to write his book and so he goes up to finds his room up at the top second floor and it's got this beautiful view with the pond like right out there and he's just like he gets his typewriter and he brings it over and he puts it right by the window and he just got the biggest grin on his face and he is about to hit the button and he goes you like the bird just goes off. He's walks up, he's pretty happy a person, and he said, "Oh, that's pretty nice." And kind of shows him a little bit, and then every single time the bird goes off, he's like, he can't hit the button. He's about to hit the button. He can't hit the button. Then the bird keeps distracting him, and like a week into it or so, the bird's driving him nuts. His paradise setting turned into misery. It was freaking. So it's just my mind can go a lot of places. It usually does, but however, I have been able. Today I woke up, was able to go live by 4. I think we got on a little bit before 4. There we go. Thank you, Forsaken. Thank you, bro. I don't know how your night went. Let's see if we can fix up the volume a little bit on this one here. This might help the volume a little bit. I'll see. Y'all let me know. Apologize about any volume issues. King of nothing. I will answer legitimate, real questions. Sure. Can somebody on YouTube give me a confirmation in the chat? Am I lagging out or is my other phone messing up on me? Yep. Okay, I think that was just my other phone, maybe. Damn. Damn. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Something happened there. Yeah, yesterday was interesting. Yesterday was interesting. This morning was rather interesting. And you know, you're a bit of my family and friends, so I appreciate y'all, and and I know that there are standards that I have in life, and when I move forward with a thought and my emotions, I'm doing so because of my patience having been exhausted over an extended period of time. And so I put that limit and that cap on that. I never complained in the middle. I never brought up anything out of place. I never said I put in my own personal time. And then something happens which says to me, well, this ain't going to work out. And so I make my arrangements to move forward with my life in any regard. I've done this being in one place, moving all sorts of times and processes of my life. But I mentally and emotionally move on from something. And by the time I've moved on, see, when I move on from something, I stop talking. I stop talking. I stop giving information. I stop considering any options going with that direction because I'm not going there anymore. I've moved a lot of different times in my life, and I will put all my eggs into the basket of where I'm living. But the moment I know that that is not where I'm going to be anymore, well, then my eggs are going into my basket of wherever the heck I'm going to be going. Because that's what I'm going to be focused on manifesting, on allowing the possibilities to narrow in and whenever the moment happens and to act on. Being aware of all proper things, of all good things, asking questions along the way and all that kind of good stuff. You don't want to just kind of go and whoops, I made a real big mistake, kind of thing. Little details matter along the way. That's for sure. But at that point, people generally want to come talk to me and ask me questions, and I'm not there. You- you- I'm not there. My body might be there. You might hear the reverberation of the sound of my voice and my presence,
but my heart and my mind are gone somewhere else. They're looking somewhere else to go. So I woke up good, and had a I would say it was a good reading, not a great reading. It was a good. I had a good reading, had a good jam there. There's a couple spots I noticed some unusual things, and every single day is a little bit more understanding. I can't fix other people's anything. Oh, here's a big declaration in my life. I mean, it's really simple, but it's not easy to apply to life as a regular aspect of it. Now, who that is, that is, ooh, do you want to draw it? Nah, I'd rather leave it sheathed. If I need to draw it, I can. Good. Be slow to speak and be fucking swift as wind for a thought, man. Just thought, oh my god. Be smart. Be smart. Innocent as a dove, as cautious as a serpent. Ooh, they just put the freaking dragon together. Feather, serpent. That's a motherfucking dragon if I ever heard of one, Mog. Clues are everywhere, and we're running right over them like, do, 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 do. Yeah, I've been over that. Yeah, I looked at that shit. No, I don't think I did because I just learned something fucking new. Ooh, man, I'll tell you what, people may have some really good insights. I would like to encourage anybody watching. Maybe you thought about it, maybe you haven't. I don't care. Look, if you get some bright insight, intuitional stuff, man, share it. Share it. Share it as a short. Share it as a video, bro. Sis, like, share that. Hey, guess what? Don't you remember Tool 10 Time? Gosh darn right. Home Improvement. That was the name of the show. Don't you remember what was his name over the fence? Remember? That's all you ever saw. The whole fucking movie. That's it. He's over the like. That's you never saw the top of his face or the bottom of his face. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? But there's all sorts of ways. Like you don't have to be yourself when you come out on show. See, I got some real good intuition. I mean, you could, or I mean, whatever. You know, you cover up half your face or your mouth, and, you know, whatever, from one hand for the other. You know, whatever. It's just something. Shit. But what I'm saying is share that intuitional stuff. That's the goal. That's some goal. If you're not ready to share, don't share just yet. You know, I'm not telling you to do something you're not ready to do yet. But I really enjoy it. It motivates me a lot when I see that other people are into this spiritual stuff too, and like they want a better life too. You know what? It's telling me that a long time ago, you depending on your age, you'll know or not. most likely like an age thing. But a long time ago, they did a study in at least one city. And on the news, they showed nothing but good news. And they lost ratings and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So it was this it was this long going thing, at least in my mind, and I'm quite sure in a lot of other people's minds, that if we just have good news, we're not going to care to watch it. But that's not what I'm seeing, and that's not what I'm hearing in these current days and times, as far as a lot of people are caring to share their own personal opinion and feel not opinion, but their own feelings, their own side and all that good stuff. So yeah, maybe people got tired of all the bad, and they got tired to getting stuck with it. Maybe that good thing ain't so much worth it because it comes with all this bad crap. I don't want all the heartache. I'm not interested in any of that. I'll skip the good too. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I can go without. I am content. And when you become content, when you truly become content with what you have, with your ongoings, with your life as it is, whatnot, so forth, nobody can buy you. This is why the Spirit wants to work with you. This is why divinity wants to connect with you. Because the Divine Father and Mother, however you see them to be, through whatever being, however it is, they will build you up so you won't sell out. So that you won't give up on what you know works, which is you and your heart and the specialness of your ability to overcome any obstacle. What happens when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force? Muscle. Muscle. I forget the word, but I saw this article on YouTube. It was a legit article. It was talking about Bruce Lee, and it was talking about his workout method. And it talked about how you put like your max strength, like how he could do the one finger punch. You put your max strength into something and you just hold that. Rather than doing a bunch of reps, you just put your max force into that one, however that goes, and then because that muscle, it's like pushing the force, it's like pushing all of your force against that, because you are unstoppable, you are indomitable, but you meet things that just will not move. And that's when we use that to build muscle. That's what I do. I use it as a workout. Pin me on the ground, show me how weak I am, because I'll do what I need to stand up. And by the time that I stand up, I'll have enough muscle to pick this mug up and move it out my way. Sheesh. To me, it's just a good workout. I've learned how to use my environment to build my life in a various amount of ways, whether it be my mind, my soul, my flesh, my muscle, whatever it be. Heck, even being able to handle more heat. Let me tell you a story. And this is how, when when my daughters were alive, this is how I knew she was my daughter. I knew it
I knew it. I knew it. Okay. So we got the burner on this. I got the stove, the stove. She could reach up and touch the top of the stove at this point. And Tiffany's reaching up. It's red hot iron coil up there, or whatever metal it is. It's just a red hot coil. And she reaches up and I said, "Don't do it, you're gonna burn yourself." And she reached up and she touched it. And she reached right back up in seconds to touch it again. I stood back, I said, "That's my daughter right there. I got to be fireproof." And one lady, she came up, she told me, "You can't be fireproof." Well, then I'll be fire resistant or something, man. Like I can handle some heat. Shoot, get used to that one. It's hot. It's hot down on this world. Compared to a spirit's divinity moves through coldness. Oh, yeah, coldness and emptiness. Fly, because it's like ice crystals out there and it super fast. Reflections, light, we're bouncing off a light. Breaking, we're literally dancing on light. That's how we travel. It's like skipping on light. You can go super. That's how you go beyond light. Skip on top of it, like a stone on water. Human Earth life, this is warm. This shit's hot. Get used to it. Heat it up. I'm not saying, like, it's just on that level. It is a difference. I don't normally add sweetener. I said I need a little bit today. I would like a little bit today. Incredible. Okay, I'm gonna read. I want to read this, and it's my own writing. This is from my book, and in this book there's technically 3 books. The last book is an epic poem, and I started this epic poem, and I spent months. I spent years. Literally, I spent years on it, and all my stuff was essentially stolen. So over years, I remembered my story, I remembered my characters, I remembered my places, and I decided to rewrite, and I gave it a complete different format. And essentially, I left it at a certain point because I said, my life needs to get here. And when it gets here, then I will continue writing this epic poem. But until then, I ain't moving forward. I gotta get to that point first. But
check it out. Check it out. This is my own. This is an excerpt from my own epic poem. It's not even a full page. That is one full page. It's called "The God's Origins." One individual gave another the hope to live eternally as God. The other impressed society with something beautiful, for the longest memory passed on is the concept of God, able to influence the actions of one man. That created an emotional response of billions. Angry gods, discontent, rolling among themselves, wrecking fury among a people of humble sorts. No reason for such treatment. Tyrannical behavior. For power they do wield the strength of influence. 'Twas the eternal conflict links these higher beings together. 'Tis the indifference was fed through discrimination of thought. Some fault, perceiving their thoughts were superior, upon such ranks was the belief to subjugate. Others fought for the freedom of thought in which they sought to liberate. The more that were freed from their bondage became the few that fought. For the few that were once confined in thought became the many whom united as an army. The power of mind, open to all, many unceasingly seek happiness, dooming those of meekness. The few, in recognition of this, suffered the war with greatest loss. The cycle, ever continuous, proved unbeatable until Anthonian's reign. Purpose these beings grew into, feeding upon a fountain of life. Without purpose, the gods would fall into darkness that is filled with silence. As each one falls, so does another rise. With thirsting power of desperation, a measure invoked, destroying defeat, was declared a millennium of eventual extinction. Born betwixt benevolent betrayal, conflict created carnivorous collapse, dismembering developed design, finale forever. Established became the order of purpose, purpose of existence, defeating annihilation, a civilization choosing survival beyond debate. The order of purpose formed an unbreakable alliance. Umna Loom rose to one of four, courageous unto a belief, creating eternal strength, forged the pure elements of both male and female. Umna Loom accepting power of two to consume. Umna Loom balancing both sun and moon. Umna Loom to avert thy doom. Second, Blumation blended in Blue Ras, preserved in isolation, achieving eternal bonds, forging lineage through vision of kindred. Luras extending when understanding comes to a loss. Luras converging wisdoms intercross. Luras conquering those with injurious cause. Simsu and Bu created as the third, amidst perilous agony, crafted eternal perseverance, forged celestial romantic transference. Zimsu and Bu composed arrangement from the artless crew. Zimsu and Bu affixes clarity during distortional view. Zimsu and Bu reveals the elusive cryptic insights to pursue. Coppola enveloped those three, being the fourth, created the singularity, excelling beyond dissemination, produced eternal equilibrium, forges perpetual purpose of both thought and balance of like kind. Coppola fabricates love through energies that are raw. Coppola created the solution to the dilemma of all. Coppola symbols the essentials of flawless law. These four aligned the voided stars, creating Cetra, the four as one, the order of purpose becoming the Cetra fleeted jubilation when they saw their perfect structure becoming compromised by those that arose after their survival became established. Rather than fight for singular supremacy of thought, did they abandon the coming produce, thus maintaining survival for themselves, creating a separate nirvana for the multitude that would emerge from their desolation. became those gods whom triumphed in conquest, possessors of false freedom in pursuit of established dominance, compelled without choice to be ruled were the people, the gods bound minds, conflict would have spent lives, regulating formulas, securing survival of their kind, befell upon the Cetra and of equally everyone of all, freedom of thought stolen. Four survivors providing life ever enduring, a populace beyond count ever expanding. These, though these beings are ever united, were they ever divided? Ardavnur, Sakarats, Subnocular, and Arsnael converged in the yards that the orders knew, four becoming one, fusing their essence of energetical force, never able to create laws as did the Cetra, solely able to enlarge thyself's being, strength in pursuit of freedom from morality, no longer bound by the will of the core soul, eternal misunderstanding, giving balance to their unity. Mari.
Yeah, I don't even, man. I write stuff. I mean, I remember writing it, but I play this enjoyable course of activity. It's interesting. I wrote that stuff so long ago. Like I did it. I died. At that point, I hadn't got into tarot. I hadn't got into ancient Egyptian stuff. I don't know nothing on those lines. I might have watched a movie. I might have seen here or something there, but that's it. That's it. One thing I've known about my personal life is I'm a scribe. I'm a scribe. I write. I get ideas. I write them down, and they flow. Artists, uh, now there are some technical artists, and like they're formulating everything in their mind, and they know these techniques and all this other stuff. That's amazing. But the artists that I'm talking about is the ones who actually see the image and they are actually just transcribing that image into our world. That is a seer. That is someone who has second sight. They are not just seeing something, they are literally using their psychic power and natural ability of second sight to truly see and draw something else. Or not draw something, to see that and to actually draw it into this world. That moves into a lot of different abilities as far as being psychic goes. That's big. That's that's big. And to me, those individuals are amazing because I know that I can hear very well. Not on the outside. On the outside, I don't pick everything up. I know I don't. I I have selective hearing. I know that I do. So that's why a lot of times I will ask questions because my brain didn't hear that word. I didn't even know it was there. So I got to ask questions. Oh my. And but that's where I really see that together we really do learn how to move forward because we bring in a lot of different abilities. We bring in a lot of different sight, hearing, amongst the other abilities. And that's how we can truly affect our future. If we are stable and one with ourselves, then we're
practically, spiritually, astrally traveling all day long. I mean, it just depends. Can you hold two simultaneous thoughts? Can you hold two different thoughts simultaneously? Can you be thinking two different thoughts at the same time? Can you multitask? One thing to the next, one thing to the next, one thing to the next. It's all building baby steps, baby steps, baby steps, man. I said it before, I'll say it again. The movie What About Bob, bro? Bob walks into the doctor's office. Doctor's like, well, you should read my book, Baby Steps. And Bob's like, what's this about? And the book's freaking thick. It's a thick ass read. Doctor's all proud of his technical, important book that he's put together. And the doctor essentially tells Bob that you just take one little step after another, quite literally, to get wherever you need to go in life. And Bob actually gets it. And he becomes such a success story that he winds up on the news. And the doctor is pissed because Bob didn't read an ounce of the book. Bob's just bumbling around, taking one baby step after the other, living his life. And the doctor's pissed because Bob's living his life now. Bob is actually cured from all of his fears holding him back from living life. But the doctor, well, everything's not the way he wants it to be. He doesn't get to have ultimate control over things anymore. You didn't read the book. You're not focusing on it. This isn't how it works. You got to do it my way. Hold on a second. You gave the dude the fucking keys. He used it. It made his life run and go. And you're upset because he didn't do it the way you wanted him to do it? Go left first. Now go up. Let me do this. Oh, you're doing it wrong. Well, do it like this. Fuck you. No. No. I don't want to play your game. It's not how I live life. From the fuck. People will treat you the way that you allow them to. And they will continue to do so as long as you allow them to. And the moment you do not allow them to have an advantage in your life, they start getting pissed off at you. Interesting, because if you were love, you wouldn't have got pissed off at me. You'd still be who you were. I'm glad I could find out the truth. At every juncture of my life. At every single juncture of my life. I thought that was a bird for a bit because they were like rustling stuff for a bit. And then after I'm listening, there's a garbage truck's coming. That's a squirrel. I used to have I don't know. It was squirrels. The squirrels were cool. I was living in this one place. We're surrounded by tall trees, and literally, it was like they were all over us. They weren't in our place, but I was putting bird food out for the birds at the time, and then they started eating it too. And I was like, well, I'll just put more out. Well, that's not a great idea because like, yeah, the birds were eating, but more
more squirrels started showing up. And I think at one point they just started breeding, and then it was just like, oh my, like 24/7, like in a freaking like hall of nothing but, you know, squirrels. I've lived in some places that pushed my that word we use, that phrase, push your buttons. Oh, I've lived in some places. I gave them, I guess I gave them my digits or something, man, because man, they just whoo, every single day was like, dun, 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 send it again. That's what they were doing in my life every single day. Push the buttons, push your button. Yeah, that sequence. Yep, gotta go and keep it going. Yep, same old thing, same sequence. That's why I learned to change things up. Because when I change things up, then it's not the same. Their button pushing doesn't work. And I talked about this yesterday, and it's a very, very powerful ability. And I feel inclined to share it again. We care about things in this world because we set our eyes on something. We have a dream, we have a plan, something we're getting together. And people are going to find out what we're looking for in life, and then they can cause all sorts of distractions along the way. And they're on that distraction list, they're likely to use what we want as part of the influence. So for me, when I continually get irritated or frustrated with something, I just stop interacting with it. I choose not to gravitate towards it. I just don't put any effort into that regard because, look, I know I got to go to this stage of anger and frustration and this, and I'm going to go to my own space and I'm going to do what I need to do, and I'm going to move right back to my happy self. And I'm not going to be interested in whatever I was interested in before because I'm still heading towards my dream. That was just one component of what I needed. And I can formulate that component with something else. I can make something else work in its stead. So I'm going to change my interest. I'm going to change my habits. I will use words of power and go into ceremonial, literal quantum mental changing the thoughts. I will change my own brain's focus every single day, not just with words of affirmation, but with action to support it. Because that whole time I was just waiting. I was just waiting. That 2 hours of just talking and talking and talking is like I'm waiting to run. I'm the car's on, and it's just ready to go, boom, take off. I got a funny story for you. So there's the little, well, maybe I'll get that. Maybe I'll go get those. Those are some good things. I tell you what, I don't think I need it at all. Well, whoa! So there's the little packets of the energy now at the gas station. They're the same look, pretty much, just about a little different. I think they're still the same shiny silver, reflective and green, and it's called Energy Now. And it comes with like three little pills, but it's all natural ingredients. They sell it at the gas station. I used to be in middle school, and I will go up to the gas station and I would get myself a pack of energy now. And I would be sitting in science class, and literally, I will go ask to use the bathroom, like, I don't know, 10 minutes before the bell rang or something like that on the normal. And so I go and I take my energy now pills. Natural ingredient. They were all natural ingredients. I am pretty, it's nothing. It's not bad stuff. Not last time I checked. I don't know, but could have changed. But man, I'd be sitting there, mind you, be go. I'd be just waiting. I just, because I took that energy now. I was already young and full of energy already. I'm just sitting there. I'm just like, and the bell would ring. I'd be like, boom. I would run off to gym class, and man, I'd be ready to go and run and play and all sorts of woohoo. That was enough for me. Sheesh. Don't need nothing else. Maybe I'll go get a pack of those. I hear, no, no, no. We don't need any extra speed. We go fast enough. Afterburners are always going. Oh, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Maybe we'll do some tarot or oracle readings if maybe somebody wants one. Squirrel energy, absolutely yes. What happened, Jim? I hope ultimately it's just something temporary. Gotcha. Yeah, Spider Bite, we can do another reading for you. Um, so man, where's that one coming from? Okay, well then I'm just gonna go with it. So go ahead and shoot comments back or whatever, whatnot. Uh, but if I can call you M, if that's cool, or if you want me to use your name, like on the live, I will. I don't mind. Uh, but know thyself, M. Let me know. It says I can't ch- put in. I can't stand roommates. I've lived by myself for years, and no one has power over me. No one getting in my face or telling me how to conduct my activities in a shared home. no walking on eggshells. See, we're gonna do a reading for you, Spider, here in a moment, and that's it's okay, cool, and that's when I got you, Shelly, got you on that, and on Shelly, got you, and so I've lived in a lot of different places, and some of those places I was left by myself, and most of them I lived with whoever the owner of the place was, and some I had roommates. This is the first place I've ever paid rent to stay in since 2012. I've not paid rent to live anywhere since 2012. And the only reason why I do have a roof over my head right now is because y'all donated, fam cared, spirit heard, provided a roof over my head, and this has allowed me to go live every single day. And I've had all sorts of things imposed upon me in the past at places where I did not pay rent. And I've had an atrocity happen to me where I do pay rent. And I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. In their view. I was counseled by others for what I should have done. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay. It's time to go. There's no talking. There's no working. There's no settling. There's no figuring. Whatever they want a band-aid, you had 7 months. There's been an error going on in your home for 7 months. You didn't watch it. You just saw evidence for it. Now I'm the bad guy. I shall go and you shall keep what is yours. Like, yeah, fuck eggshells. Fuck that. That, especially like if you paying to be somewhere. I didn't get a sound notice. I didn't get there's nothing. I've been kicked out of a place before and they kept 75% of myself. They would have kept 100% of myself if it wasn't for the Divine Mother herself interceding and literally acting for the entire day over that spot of that house. She roosted on that shit so I could save 25% of my belongings. I've been, they can't kick you out. They do whatever the fuck they want. That's what I've learned. You go play nice, but it doesn't matter. Paper or not. Money or not. None of that matters. When it comes down to feelings and emotions and somebody's perceived state of being, well, they're going to defend that. No matter whether they're correct or wrong. They're going to stand on their own conclusion. That means it's time for me to go. Do you realize I have 2 dead daughters? Do you have dead children? No? Please just leave me alone. Thank you. That's all I'm at. Woohoo. Yay. People are animalistic, and then they grow up a little bit, and they become individualistic. And then if by some measure of miraculous happenings, they can start to reach into some divinity. Being straight up human is straight up individualistic. One above the rest don't work. Never has. Never has. And it was never like that. Not until the world as it is decided to come in and change things. I know what I've been drawn to since I was a little old wee lad. And I feel like a little bit of a broken record, but when it says be no part of the world, it means then don't share in their arguments. Because the world likes to argue. So then don't do that. How do you be spiritual? It's easy. How do I go on a shamanic path? It's easy. How do I know what to do? Oh, I got that one for you. Just do the opposite of what everybody else is fucking doing. It's real easy. That's what everybody else is into? I'm not. Y'all into short little 2-second videos? I'm gonna make a 5-hour plus fucking video. Ha! They give me the script. And I learn what the archetypes of the other characters are. I'll respond accordingly. You let me know what archetype I need to be. I'll feel that. I can switch archetypes. That's good enough. I ain't playing. I ain't acting. That's real shifting. And we're looking at that situation differently. I can't imagine a writer doing this. But if there were some shamanic mother smart ass king mother mug person on that level, then I could imagine they could do this. That would make one heck of a book in writing. Ooh, that's how to do it. Okay, let's just share it. Let's just share it. Okay. So you're writing a script for a movie, okay? Boom, let's do it. You're writing a script for a movie. And there's a lot of people that like what's it called when the actor comes up, the impromptu stuff. The impromptu. Some actors come in and they don't ever speak a single line. They impromptu the whole thing, and it actually works. The impromptus actually were a lot better for most of the scenes or whatever the case. The reason why that situation happened was because the individual, the actor, he got into the literal archetype of that character. So he was making decisions that were literally in tune with the archetype character. Now, when one writer writes a book, it's one perspective, and I'm going to write his and hers and theirs. And so I'm not getting into that archetype of this moment to be able to write what they're going to do. That's different. That creates a different reality. So the idea would be to have different writers vibing at the archetype of which character it should be to be able to write the dialogue for the script for that character. And so you would have a team of writers that would be just as important as the actors themselves, because they would truly be able to guide each character correctly for everything in the movie. Maybe they do that already. Maybe somebody has tried that, but I've never heard of nobody talk about that kind of an idea. Well, not exactly, anyways. Shelley, let's do a reading for Shelley. You still with us, Shelley? Improv, yes. That's it. Damn. Cool, 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 cool. Do you have a favorite color, Shelley? And if you do have a favorite color, would you share your favorite color? If you would share your favorite color, what is your favorite color? Cool. The deep blue correlates to divine law and order. It's very powerful, very powerful. And oh, gotcha. When you're inclined to wear the black, that's because your soul, your spirit knows. So, like, it's so essentially, if you're going into any situation that, and it's not that you need to like do it on purpose, but I'm more like explaining the whys. And when your soul in your body, you're going with your flesh into something where it needs the law on its side, like divine law through and through, then that color is more present. When you need to not be seen, black is more so worn. Black is the shadows. Black is like nothing's getting through black. It just goes into emptiness. So like if black is worn over the heart or the head or whatever, then people can't access thoughts, can't access the heart, can't access different energies, because when their spirit goes looking, it gets into nothingness. And then of course the bright green that has those connections with life and all of that. Actually, I've been seeing green flashes, man. I've been seeing green flashes. Anybody else be seeing green flashes? I ain't seen no auroras, not that, but I just different places. Past 48 hours specifically. Okay, now in the beginning, we have two cards with complete different meanings, okay? And so this is one, acorns. And then this one is two, another one, the thunderstruck tower. Now, these are two different individuals. The person with the thunderstruck tower, they are a person who is a slave to money and passions. Okay? That literally has ruin because of foolish ventures and voluntary mistakes. Foolish ventures and voluntary mistakes linked with the pursuit of money is going to equal ruin. If you choose this course, we have a generating force, determination, and willingness are the ingredients for the success of your new goals. Good omens for those who aim straight for their goals. So this is coming up afterwards. This wasn't first, this was second. And this is coming up afterwards because it's saying focus on your goals. Stay focused on your personal goals. It's not, money's not going to achieve your goal. You are going to achieve your goal. You are the goal. Because this literally takes you on a vacation. So take time for relaxation and adventure. People wait to go on vacation and then spend so much work to get to the destination, packing and all. By the time that they get there, sleeping is a priority. If they don't sleep, they're going to be so tired from the activity that when they get back from their vacation, they would have felt more exhausted or just as equally exhausted as they had before. Now, that's not a vacation. A vacation means you come back feeling energized, ready to go. Ah. A lot of people say, well, I'll take that vacation when I retire. I'll do that when I do that then. And I found to take time for relaxation and to keep my eye open for adventure and to act on that good adventure, you know what? That kind of, I can be on vacation for the rest of my life. I like that. She's just flying on there with her dreams. Because while you're in that state of being, like a child, chasing your goals, that's where you're going to discover your inner power. Your inner power is going to allow you to realize that you were the goal the whole time. Because when you truly know thyself, you can create or do anything you want. Money's not a factor in that anymore. Is that what you want? You can talk to the correct people. You can get into those circles, whatever it is. You can take the available energy in the empty space around you and you can focus on it long enough and with enough method and technique to where you will create what you want. You will draw it to you. You will draw the people to you. You can literally be living your dreams in the waking flesh. It's possible. It is more than possible. To me, a dream is something I could never imagine. I could have never came up that would have ever happened. That's why it was a dream. To have life have some type of positive that keeps happening, that's big. The negatives come in. There's bad mornings, there's bad days, there's bad nights. I said this before in another way, but that's where I started. I handle my emotions myself. I deal with my emotions myself. I got to find out the truth. If someone's lying to me, if someone's not telling me the truth, what do I need to do to find out the truth? I got to get the damn truth. I know I need to get the truth. I ain't gonna do anything wrong, but I need to find out the goddamn truth. I made a giant pissed off at me, and I wasn't gonna do a damn thing. He'll come squash me like a mug. But I needed to know the damn truth. Tell me the truth. Good? Okay, fine. I'm walking away. I walked away. As soon as I knew the truth, I'm walking away. Go. Done. You gotta move out. I already knew that, bro. I already knew that. I'm on that page. I'm jumping to. That was 2014? 2014, I think. 15? I don't know. Somewhere around there. Closer to 14. But Shelly, your inner power, let me bring it back to you because I never actually closed it up or whatnot. But Shelly, coming back to yourself, your inner power is what's going to create the solutions. And your inner power, it doesn't need to take a back seat to anything or anybody. The people who want to dim your light, that's the people to move away from. That's the people who don't deserve it. If anything, shit, how do we make that light go farther? Can we magnify that brightness? Sheesh. Find somebody like that. Boom. That's the place. That's the people. That's the business. Whatever, you know. Some people, the job that the friends at the job, it's the only friends they got. I know how that is. You don't want to leave those friends exactly. Maybe you got a good pal there. You don't want to leave. Got a whole bunch of other people. Someone else is making it real sour. That bad apple spoils a whole bunch kind of construct thing. I've learned that coherence, alignment, and stability require particular application in a day-to-day life so as to maintain those things in the mind, in the body, and our soul, which I always refer to as our heart. Yesterday was the day, I tell you what, that energy following. Shouldn't last too long though. That's the thing. There was a time in my life and I became aware that there is this like weather of energy going around our planet. Oh, Shelly, do you have any last questions or comments? That was pretty much it. I apologize twice. I didn't give that an official ending or anything. Do you have any questions or comments or anything, Shelly? Very welcome. Very welcome. Cool. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yes. Wow. Whoa. Shelly, I do remember somebody sent me an email. I get emails from a few different people, and like just not like seeing somebody in front of me and stuff and talking to them. Oh man, my memory works a particular way, and I do remember somebody sending me a picture showing me the pay that they did, and I did see that. So I do, if that was you, I do remember you sending that. If you did send that, I do. That would have been you. I do remember that. That was pretty awesome. Okay, cool, cool. No. All right, Jim. See you in a bit. Whoa, super cool. Thanks. Thanks, Shelly. So you got my book. Sweet. Okay, I gotta check this. I gotta look. I gotta do a fact check right now. Okay, I don't want to say it, but I saw it in the chat log. I'm like, wait a second. Nuh-uh. Well, I didn't say nuh-uh, but I gotta check this. No, it's you got to be careful what people are saying and really look up information, man. Um, People can run away with a small piece of information and create a balloon out of it. Okay, you get it? Small piece of information, blow that big old balloon up. It looks huge, but in all reality, it's no different of its original size. It is still the same amount of material. It's still exactly the same amount that you got originally. So it's just a bunch of hot air. And so be careful about that. Um, how much sleep do I get? Before I was making sure that I got a solid 8, if not 9, or even 10 hours of sleep. I was doing that for a little bit, for a good bit. Actually, I was really warming up, getting back, catching up on a lot of sleep. And some things shifted and changed. And so now I'm not looking at the amount of sleep that I get, as more so changing things up, because I will get back to at least my 8 hours sleep. 8 hours are good. More than 8 hours are technically not all that great. It can not be as good as beneficial, anyways. But I do like to get my 8 hours of sleep a night, and so I look forward to getting back to that sooner than later. Though, until that happens, I got priorities. That's things All right, look. What what are what is what is my priority? What is my priority in life? Divine law and order being stamped into this world. That's priority number one, because that achieves a big fat F you to the man that they've been shotting over the divine mother and father and taking advantage of humans. So that's a big win in my book. Divine law and order. What magic? What I gotta? What? Let's get this one going. I'm ready for that. Those good times. That's a fact. Tick tock. Make sure that gets there. Boom. Got that. Good pet right there. Though, so divine law and order is most important for me. So that means I can put away emotions. I can put away opinions. I can put away desires. I can stuff anything down to the side around the corner to put divine law and order first. Because in the victory of divine law and order, it changes the way humans can live. It don't matter your money. Money don't equal quantum, well, and quantum reality kind of created money, so I wouldn't say it equals it, but it created it from it kind of thing, so yeah. Divine law and order is the win. That is the win. It is righteous, it is goodness, it is a karmic reality. You know why karma gets pissed off? Did you know karma is pissed off? Right? Yeah, of course. You want to know why karma's pissed off? I'm not joking. I'm not playing around. I'm being pissed off because do-gooders like my old self would walk around, see somebody hurting, walk in and try to save them from all their misery. And karma had to stop because karma didn't want to hurt me. And that motherfucker I was helping was exactly the one who deserved everything they were getting. Karma was dishing it out to them just like the divine said to do. Their scales were against them. And I came around and said, oh, let me help you. And that's why karma's pissed off, because that's what we wind up doing. We get in the way of divine law and order. Whew. Only if one just knew, you gotta get out the way. Just let it happen. Damn, that was easy. Little trick in this real world, lovers. And literally, I like that expression, manifesting generator. Yeah, that's what we are. We are creators. Our father and mother, they were both creators. Our divine father and mother, they were both creators. And they gave birth to creators. We are creators. We are manifesting generators because the energy, the possibility, quantumly, literally, scientifically proven, is all in the air around us. It requires our focus to actuate its reality because we literally cause a bunch of floating possibilities to collapse onto each other. And when they do, that collapse creates solidity and manifestations such as miracles and anomalies. And you go, hey, did you notice that? Yeah. What was that? I don't know. Yeah, it's one of them anomalies you created. You co-created. Maybe created it by yourself. Come on. What did I do? You didn't even know you did it. You didn't even know you did it. Hold on a second. So you're telling me that you can do spiritual, telepathic, telekinetic shit? There's no law. The spirit, the divine. Could you imagine man writing laws for God? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. The Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they want you to create goodness on this world. They want you to create. We are definitely manifesting generators. It's interesting how things in our world wind up occurring. And one thing I've been taught by the divine over and over and over is to buckle up and hold on for the ride because you're going to survive. That's for sure. You don't have to worry about eternal death. That's not on the cards. Okay. I've had enough personal experiences verified through and through. Afterlife. Yep, got that one in check. That's just the next life. I think they should call it the after party life. The after party life. Anyways, and so I know that portion's all set up, but my physical life, I've been through some physical events in my life, and I've had some incidents happen right around me, like so very, very, very close in physical proximity, and I wasn't touched by any of it. I felt the wind from it, but I wasn't touched by it. Nice. I like that. I like that. Okay. So throughout my life, the Divine Father and Mother, they told me to rely on them. They have taught me. They have given me enough proof through enough diverse situations that were completely outside of my control, and I did not have all the information I needed. But I was able to be unharmed, unscathed, or got the least of the worst. Well, I think I'll keep sharing what the Divine Mother and Father put into me to share. Why should I fear? Why let me oh my gosh. Oh my. Ooh. Check this. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Coherence, resonance, stability. The jet. The pillar. All right. What I have learned about divinity is learning how to resonate your energy continually so that if you decide to switch it up, you can always get right back to your core self. That's always there. Always there. Always. Always. I ain't going nowhere. Now, I'm just saying if I put myself in the seat of to give myself an idea. I'm thinking out loud here. So, if I was God, knowing this, fear, fear, fear. No, I don't want fear to get registered into my essence or anybody that hangs out with me. We don't need to be carrying fear for no reason. I mean, if you're not here and, at that level of being respectful, you're not going to be here, period. Like, if you can't be respectful, that's just not tolerated. I mean, come on. So, so we don't need fear, you know. That does not need to be registered because we need to be coherent and stable in peace because that can create the most amount of miracles. It can create the most possible beautiful effect that's in everybody's interest. This big God I keep hearing about that some king wrote about, I don't know. He keeps sounding like he's human at an animalistic instinct. Like a little bit of greed and gluttony and animal, like right there. Really likes what is his and doesn't want nobody else to touch it. Can't talk to nobody else. You ever live with anybody else? Don't talk to anybody else. Oh, they're bad. Oh, they're bad. Oh, they're bad. Oh, they're oh shit. I walked across the street and talked to fucking her, and she's fucking great. You invited me in. Had a fucking name. Wonderful person. What you talk about? Shit. And she flips the script and goes fucking crazy on me or something out of the blue. I mean, I'll be the last time I ever go say hi, but so far, no bad. Rooster, no. I do this summoning. I'm just kidding. The bless. Well, I'm just not kidding. It is a summoning of blessings, technically. Technically. In a various amount of languages, of ancient languages that last for 2 consecutive hours. And that jam happens. Let's see, we've been starting at 4. in the morning and ending about 5:55 or 6, right around there. So that happens at that time every day, every day. And where are we going next? Where are we going next? Where do you want to go next? Mm, So earlier, and now I'm just hitting this from different angles here. So understand that your choice of what you did in that moment is correct. For whatever reason, it was correct. Oh, that's messed up. Oh man, my brain can make up some things joke wise. Boy. Um, and so essentially, about helping somebody. Now, I've mentioned this in the past. It's, well, let me just go on how I am. There's a particular word in my language, and what it mentions to is hastening events in our reality or hasten events in other realities. And so sometimes that good deed can be that hastening act. It can help move things forward. The good deed done for the wrong individual could move the wrong things forward, right? Right? See? So it's just everything's situational, to follow your heart, to follow what you know. Or, as I have mentioned, to weigh the situation and see if that you actually want to expend that energy. Do I really want to go through all of that? I mean, that's not just a one time of saying or doing something. This is going to continue. This is like signing up for a multi-month program. It ain't going to stop. And I'm going to think about it. I'm going to feel about it and everything until it's all done. Do I need a new child? Do I need a new project? Can I take on this emotion? That's important to consider. And if it's considered, you know what, I don't have the patience right now. I don't have the resources. if it's deemed that one cannot and sustain themselves in a emotional positive manner, well then don't take it on, because it's certainly going to ruin not just yourself but them, the other person, and perhaps the project as well, whatever the case may be. And so that again, it's up to the individual in every moment and in different lenses to look at situations, and perhaps maybe I can get in and do a good deed here, boom, and I'm out. I couldn't do what they were asking me for, but I could give a little step up on that. Here, let me help them with that little next little baby step in life. They can take that step, boom, there, and I'm out. However, it could be or not. A lot of people, they let's not talk about a lot of people. Let me talk about me, about my old self, not my current mentality, my youthful mentality. I would create emotional attachments to people without ever telling them a word, whether it be family or friend or lady or whoever it was, man. My head would make up all sorts of realities, and I thought they could be true. So I entertained the reality until something happened. Oh, it's not my fault, it just happened. And it revealed the truth. And now I'm angry. My happiness turned to anger. That's not what I thought at all. And then my anger turns to sadness because I can't be angry at them, so I'm just angry. I couldn't even look in the mirror and say I'm angry at myself for thinking that way. It took me more than 30 years of my life to figure out that I need to go ask a question. I need to go say what's on my mind. If I don't, then I don't know. If I do, then I find out. As soon as I find out, I can make the correct decision. I got the correct heart. I'm not stuck to any desire or end result. I can shift. It's okay. But if I don't know something's wrong, I can't fix it. And that's what my mom would tell me. She said, if you do something, I don't care if you are the worst thing ever, you come tell me right away. Because if I know something, I can do something about it. But if somebody comes to me and catches me with my pants down without me knowing, I'm screwed. I can't do nothing. I'm going to be stuck. So I don't care. I'm not coming at you to hurt you. Come tell me. I'm in your corner. My mom was at least direct and did tell me that. Oh, okay, got it. Now I know. Run to mom. She can save the day. What did she teach me? Run to the Divine Mother. She can save the day. I think my mom taught me how to communicate with her in the afterlife. I really do believe my mom was at least one of the legit incarnations of the Divine Mother herself that nobody knew. And if they did know, they didn't tell nobody. That's for sure. Because they didn't treat her the way she should have been treated, just like a lot of us go through in life. And that's why I know I got a lot of friends and family in this world, because my mom wasn't just one person, and I'm not just one person. There's a lot more of us out there. And this is something that my mind does on a regular basis. Sometimes I don't apply it all the time, but I generally try to. I generally like to think in these terms, that if I hear about one incident, one person, or one thing happening, or one person thinking a certain way, or whatever the case, I know that there's 1,000 more out there. I mean, how many billion people are there on this world? Like, just because you haven't went and knocked on every single door and asked everybody, you think there's other people that think like us, that see the world in some type of lens like we do, maybe a little bit different, but we're seeing the same thing at the end of the tunnel there. It's making sense. And to find those kind of people in life and maintain to work towards maintaining positive relations, that's paramount. That's big. Because communication, proper, real. And it's kind of sad that I have to add other words to it. But thorough communication between two people, there's no room for lies or deceit or trickery. There's no room for that. There's too much honesty. There's too much forthcomingness. But I found in this world, people, they don't care for the truth. They appreciate the lie. And that helps me understand who my family is. It's pretty easy to spot family. Do they support the lie? Do they support the wrong? Do they support the mistreatment? I know who your mom and dad is, if you do. And if you don't, if you want to heal, be loving, and honesty, and all that good stuff, I want to see who your mom and dad is. And we got the same mom and dad. So we got to be long lost cousins or brothers or sisters or side or something. That's one thing I have been doing in this world. Is looking for other people that think like me and to build that morale, build that love as much as can. The bad days, they do come. They do come and they do happen. But if you're stable in your own character and who you are, then the bad day or the bad event, that's just like a thunderstorm that rolled through. Hey, we'll close up the windows, make sure that door's closed, and bunker down for a little bit. You'll be all right. That storm passed by. Life get back good. The problem with lies and deceit and things like that is when the thunderstorms come through, they can tend to shake the walls and that can knock a few things down. Those things falling is the truth. Truth falls out in a moment of chaos, moment of angst, moment of error. Storms going on. You just want to try to be at peace and be calm. Things are falling down. And you just saw something that broke. And what broke, that been holding a truth in there for a long time, and now it's known. And that can't change. That actually did change. It changed everything because now the truth is known. And now that the truth is known, feelings change. Why do people hide the truth? Because they don't want your feelings to change. If I love a person who wants me to feel better, I hate a motherfucker trying to manipulate the control of my emotions. Let's go, motherfucker. That's just the way I am on that one. Because that's their first underhanded tactic at psychologically keeping you under their thumb for every single day until the last. I've lived through, oh my gosh, at least 3 different structures that they should have overwrote me and turned me into one of them. But I broke out of every single one of their little mind game trick. I don't call them mind games because they're working at that shit. They're working to confuse an innocent mind. They're working to implant bad imagery and bad ideas and pain and this. If I know that my thoughts create my reality, why do I want to watch a sport that has people beating each other's face to their. I don't want that. I don't want that. That's not what I want to create. I want to create good things. Shit, give me a mystery or something. Let me solve a mystery. Let's figure out what secret's been hiding somewhere or something, you know? Oh my God. I mean, at least let it be the hero saving his daughter. Oh my gosh, like there's this one movie called Protector. If you can, it's called Protector. It's got Mila Jovovich in it. Oh, dude, dude, I'm not kidding, sis. Oh, check this out. Look, Liam Neeson, like in the first Taken movie, okay, but Mila Jovovich going after her daughter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's where, yeah, yes, it's. That was an unexpected, joyful movie. I mean, I'm not looking for that kind of a scene, but in that context, yeah, we're going to send that energy to the correct people who deserve it. Yeah. hmm All the responsible parties. Yeah, go ahead, Kyle. I don't care on that one. I'm sitting here. I don't care. They did wrong in the past. Karma wants to work. Let karma work. Karma has a green pass. Karma has a green light. Oh, oh, that's the flashes of green. That's it. Karma's wrecking shit. Karma's going ham. Oh, that's what's going on. That's the chaos. Okay, those who experienced having a hardship, uh, uh, be thankful that it happened now, because if it would have happened later for you, it would suck 10 times worse. I'm not kidding. It is going to hit the masses. It hit me first, it hit you second, and it's going to hit the masses next. I've seen this happen over and over. It's the spiritual weather. At first, I was behind. I was because I was in observation. I was observing the spiritual weather going on, and then I learned about the never the shut, the Lord of the world. I learned about this, and the Hindus have their own word, Krishna consciousness. They have their own word for. Gosh, I can't think of it specifically. I should know it. I do know it, but anyways. And so, as the Nebartashar, essentially, you are allowing the resonance of all spiritual activity, all everything happening, you allow it into your own field of being because you have resonated to a divine state to where you will uphold divine law and order before all else, and that is your will. That's the purpose of the two pillars. That's the real meaning of 11, okay? Is divine law and order and your will to uphold the divine law and order creates the sanctuary of your temple that houses your masculine and feminine aspects. I think I pointed to the wrong aspect. Feminine and masculine halves of the brain in their unity, which gives you your sovereignty, in which you can reach your divinity. This is the process of how to get there and do it. I found it. I found it, and I put everything else last. My daughters, everything was taken from me. My mom's already dead. I have nothing. Everybody shat on me at this point in my life. And I found this and I said, well, God, this is what I'm chasing after. This is what I'm following. This is what we're supposed to be doing anyways. Everybody should be on this path, not just one. And so I went on it and I went through it and I had this emergency. I went here and I did that and I went there and I did this. And so as I observed that spiritual weather in the world, I went to being at the back of the pack on my journey. I wasn't in observation mode. I was the one being hit at the end. Okay. Then as I learned it, I moved through the spiritual weather time zone. I'm using the word time zone because the spiritual weather, anyways, different people pick it up at different times because of different vibratory states, but everybody's going to feel it regardless. Okay, so I was moving through the spiritual weather and I was making advancements. Essentially, the Divine Mother herself had cloaked me like Anpu as Anubis to move through this spiritual storm and be able to get to the front of it as the Nebuchadnezzar, as the Lord of the world, and to be able to actually guide it. That's why I can't allow my emotions to get out of whack for an extended amount of time because it will affect things. Your connections, our connections with the weather is very real. Our connection with the sun and the moon and the earth is very real. And it is way more interactive than just our physical touch. There was nobody driving the boat of the world. They were just, they didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know where to go with it. They didn't know. Oh, the whiz kid. A whiz kid, man. He'll walk into a room, never touched something before, doesn't know what it is, but the people set up some stuff out there and he walks in and figures it out, puts it all together, whatever the case is, man. Whiz kid, man, gets it done. And everybody's like, damn, like he's done this before. He's never touched it. Because it was his, like in a past life. He designed it in a past life. Easy enough. Kind of know what's yours from a past life. You know what to do with what's yours. Egypt was Egypt would preserve the old Atlantis on a public level. And after the fall of Egypt, yeah, all the way down to Cleopatra. After the fall of that, it was hidden. We've been in the dark ages ever since then. And I've been searching and finding and working on a regular basis with repeatable results. And somehow I found that old knowledge, that old wisdom straight to my mind. And I do believe that hall of amenity, that hall of wisdom, the hall of records, the Akashic records, I believe this is accessed by anybody at any moment. We just need to vibrate at that frequency and then entertain those kind of thoughts, those kind of notions, those kind of desires and longings, and to interact with another person in that state as well. Oh my God, I guarantee you're gonna get apples of gold that are you better have a pen, paper, or record the thing. You're gonna get some great stuff out of that. It's great stuff every single time. Guarantee it. I've lived it so many years, so many times, over and over. Boom. I surround myself with these Egyptian imageries, tapestries, whatnot, and it's interesting what drew my life to do this. It's not something that I did intentionally for my own space. I did it for other people. I really did. I wanted to create an atmosphere for other people. But I had to do what I loved as well. And I love Egyptian. I think that's just the most fascinating. There's a lot of other stuff out there. I don't know. If you go to China, and I'm not saying anything bad on it, because you know what? I think it's very respectful what they're doing. I mean, could be seen a lot of different ways, but they don't want to dig up their tombs. They don't want to go in down in their pyramids and pull out whatever's in. They don't want to move nothing. They want to leave it intact. They discovered a couple of them by accident. The Chinese were so great at mummifying a body that the body that they exhumed, the skin was still plush. It still had push and give. The person had color. Literally, their ability to preserve a human body was magical. Darn out brilliant. Just brilliant. And so they don't want to dig in and they don't want to exhume so much. But Egypt, let's dig it out. Some things they don't want to share. Well, I think we all know that. But at least they're doing some digging and looking and finding and searching and putting stuff back together and museum this and that this, or at least they're doing something. I'm just saying you get two different sides of the coin. You know, I'm not saying one's bad or whatever, but it's just so Egypt. There's active research going on and stuff, and personally, I like to get into Japan. When like I do read some Chinese, but some ancient Chinese, but I read Japanese more fluently better. It comes to me natural. I could read ancient Japanese. I could read Japanese script, you know, like in English alphabet letters, but I could read that like easy without seeing it before, easy enough. But Chinese, it seems to just, I don't know, it trips me up. I'm still working on it years later. So I kind of put it together, but I'll put it this way. What I carved into my staff is ancient Japanese characters. These are ancient. It's called a Kuji-in system. Goes back to Japan, not China. Thousands. Way long fucking go. But these characters, I loved it. A lady came up. She was Chinese, and she started reading them to me. Shin. So I read them off. And I was like, "What? You can read?" She's understanding what she's reading. She says, "Yeah, I could read Chinese." I didn't argue. I can put it together. I mean, there are many nations in the world who ripped off the original small tribe and went big. Come on! Who didn't do that? Exactly. Exactly. Super cool, Jim. Oh, okay. I can understand you, Vajir. I get you. I get you. Okay. Look, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna leave out the word, but he says, "Bro, I'm not even trolling. I know who he is, right?" And he's like I can't stop, having some gas right now. He said, "What the fuck?" And he put another comment down below. And I think at first when I read the comment, I was like, "Dude, you're screwed up. I think I need to block you." That's not what's going on. That's why I scroll up and read a little bit. I need to investigate a little bit. Let me not go off of one comment. Um, but right now there is, if you didn't know, there is some chaotic energy out in the world, and if you're going through some changes, then you stayed close enough to where you're going to feel those changes, and they're going to be anomalous, weird oddities, things. But Divine Mama is doing some good stuff for some good people, and she has many different forms. She can be a nurse, she can be destructive, she can be healing, she can be adviseful, but usually to get something accomplished, to truly change things. You know how a little thing happens, but it doesn't change your life. So she will cause something to happen, not totally yay at all. But she will come in and heal it. She will come in and repair it. She will come in and adjust, but we got to put our effort and be present for it too. And our life will shift ever so slightly. This is the power of true divinity, is that destiny and fate can change. You do not have to be stuck where you are with what you got. You can manifest a different reality, and it comes down to our communication. If we can communicate with Source, then we can have the approval to create. That's what it comes down to. You run your idea through prayer, jams, meditation, whatever. You run your heart right to the connection of Source. It uploads all the data. It doesn't involve physical words or actual thoughts. It's all uploaded. Then they get a full and feel and experience everything. Oh, okay, well, in their situation, this is how we can make things better. And then that on that spiritual side, the approval for your creation, there's a little adjustment, there's this, and we get a miracle. Our life changes for the better. That's why you gotta throw a wrench into the engine. Hey man, that thing was putting and kicking out, and we were breaking down on the road every other day. And shoot, 2 weeks ago we were stuck for 4 hours out. parked in Dodge City doing nothing, just waiting because the car's. Yeah, I just threw a wrench in there. Screw it. Guess what? We gotta go buy a new engine now, or we gotta really stop and fix this thing. We gotta take a day off from all of our activities and really go fix this engine. Okay, we gotta really make sure it ain't breaking down on us. We need something reliable, and so adjustments to what is happening does involve chaos. Set divine chaos, raw divine order, light and dark unified. They create a king. You are the king. You run that temple through honoring divine law and order and allowing your willpower to be more dominant than anything else. It is your willpower that is going to allow you to choose in action. If you do not have willpower, then someone else will choose the action and you'll say, okay. I love the way the dude said it, and I say it myself. He said, why not? Why not? Why not? Let's just go do it. In a positive way. But why not could lead to a catastrophic outcome if it wasn't answered properly. People, they have created a world with their physical strength. I've been busy creating a world with my mind and my heart. And that world is more of a family who already lives. It's not one I need to create. They already live. It's not one I have to bring together. They are already together. Because if they weren't together, I wouldn't be feeling it. I would truly feel alone. My energy would go out and it would have no echo. It would have no sound. It would have no nothing. It would be one. But that's not the case. Not the case. If I remind myself of how bad things can end every day, I'll wind up creating a bad outcome. But if I surround myself with positive endings and positive outcomes, then that's what I'm going to be likely to create. In the moment of a miracle happening, of energy collapsing into an event, it moves action. It makes a limb on the tree break outside. Something of the sort like that. Just, you weren't there the whole time. There's a moment you were there. Huh. Interesting. That moment of collapsing the free available energy into an event that event can create anything. Anything in that moment can be created. We don't have control over it. We just give it our attention. And that's what creates the collapse. And the heart is what's going to type out all the little blueprint on what's being made. The mind is slower than the heart. Okay? If you just, in magic, in high magic, in the world of reality, the heart moves faster. That's why somebody who trains in martial arts and they do the same move over and over and over and over, and then somebody comes to fight them and they go, oh, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it. Exactly. You didn't think. Your heart felt the energy coming in and it said, use the body to get the fucking shit away. Use the shit. I know how to do it. I don't need to think it. Do it. Your body is an instrument of creation, of transformation, of it's the most expensive thing you ever own on this planet. And there are people trying to override your systems and control your thoughts and control your emotions. Oh, hold on a second. I'm happy to feel them, but I am not kosher for somebody to give me some motherfucking emotional ride that I did not sign up for. I like communication. I like knowing who I am. I like knowing who someone else is. I can make sure that no matter where I am or going through, that they are who they are. And whatever they going through, they know I'm going to be who I am. So no matter if we're right next to each other or a mile apart or anything, there's no fear or doubt or concern. We're going to be moving in the same direction, period. And if something was to happen, the Divine Mother and Divine Father, they put it in each of our hearts and we'd already know. We'd feel it and we'd talk it. Oh my gosh. Yep, we both got it. We both know. Okay, that's what we got to do. Darn, that's not what I want to do. Nope, not what you want to do either. Nope. But I've got the omens and I got the signs. You too? Up. Okay, well, all right. All right, that's what we got to do. And then it's not a bad thing, man. There's not fights. There's communication. There's solidity. There is proper being properly unified with somebody that's not going to stab you in the back. You know, it'd be a lot nicer if the person came up and they were like, I'm getting the inclination to stab you in the back, so maybe we should stop hanging out. You know what? I think you're right. Thanks. Why couldn't we just go there? But people gotta hide it on, I'll keep being nice, I'll just stuff it down longer, I'll split up with it longer. That person, blah, 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 blah. Oh, that person, blah, 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 whatever the case. Not for me. I got some stuffy animals. I got my staff here. I got other stuff to mess with. I got swords and gongs and bells and I'm entertained. How about I don't know about people aren't gonna work to entertain you unless you give them money. So that's not very. What's up, bro? It's not, man. It's different. It's different. It's different. Upgrade. That's it. That's it. Oh, thank you, Model Engine Creations, for the compliment on my boat. Somebody gave me the canoe, and my dad had a canoe like that. I don't know if I don't think it had that kind of edging on it, but somebody gave it to me, and so I mean it's very 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 obvious. Well, I'll put a little bit more in. Well, it's there. Y'all can see it there. But the boat of Ra, right? The bark of Ra, the boat that he sails in every single night to take out a pep. So boom, heading over towards the sun from the altar, right? So the altar, the top portion would be heaven, that would be earth, and then coming down to the floor, I do have like stones on the floor and whatnot, create a floor, so that'd be more like the underworld. So earth, and then heaven, and then boom, Ra's like traveling around, right? So like all that communication can happen, and then my staff here, the way at the beginning of the gem, it's at the point. of the altar setup. And so just like is talked about how the Jed is the pillar of life, the tree of life is the spot, the back. And so like boom, that's connecting from all the way from the underworld all the way up with the feathers, able to communicate with Ra, man. He's like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. This didn't happen overnight by any means. It's been a course in my shamanic journey, and I've it's what I enjoy. It's what I found is gets my particular interest going. The shamanic course of life. I've been in a few situations in life, and every time I said, "Look, whatever you wind up providing for me, or your like from the divine, like whatever you want me to ask for, like I'm just saying, I want my shamanic course. I want to ride that out to the end. I want to see where that. I want that's. I want that. I want to do that. So whatever environment I'm going into, if it's not going to support me as being a shaman, then I don't want to be there. Period. Period. If I find that out at any point, then I'm making plans and arrangements. Like that's my number one goal. That's my number one path. And I understand that opposition and friction do help create combustion to create generation for manifestation. Man, you got to build up. And you got to sharpen a knife. And when you sharpen that dull blade, there's shards of that metal coming off. They got hot. That was force. Man, do that to your finger. Here's a lot of flesh. I'm not. Don't do it to your finger, but that'd be hurtful. That'd be harmful to the body. No, the knife, that all that force. And so, like, that happens in life. Those parts of the past, they go on. They are shed off from the body, not physically, but in that aspect. And so that we can stay sharp and in our focus in what we want to do each and every day. Cool, Jim. I look forward to your email. And I'm sending blessings your way, bro. I'm on Jim, sending blessings your way. Big blessings your way. Big blessings your way, Jim, coming your way. May calm, peace, and resolve occur very expediently and for your loved ones. If there's anybody else that is getting a hiccup, uh, that you are connected with in those matters, may that good and peace come over all of you all that much faster. Let's see. I think, yeah. Yesterday I stayed on till 10, though I'm sorry, I felt like I stayed on an hour. Oh well. I'm gonna jump off here in about 13 minutes here at the top of the hour. As I did go live at 4 a.m. this morning, we were able to start at 4. I'm at least able to start at 4. I was gonna hit the button a couple times beforehand, a little bit earlier, but it was right about 4 o'clock when we went live today, at least on the Eastern time. Or yeah, right, Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, Eastern Standard Time, and I'm aiming for 3. I'm aiming for 3, but at least right now, at least I moved an hour. Hey, at least I moved an hour. So, boom, there's that one. Change happened. You know, my sleeping schedule, it changed. It's changing. And as I said that twice, my candle, I heard 2 little from it, and then my stomach went because in that moment I had a thought, and I think the sound of my stomach, I believe, yeah, it did. So my sleeping schedule is changing things. Okay. That's interesting. Well, it is very true that when you sleep, you astrally travel. And depending at what times you sleep, that's what you're going to be able to truly access. There's particular parts of the world where predominantly most people are asleep during that particular hour. So you may not be able to get to interact with particular individuals anymore on a spiritual level. Like, who knows? They could be busy, they're awake, their spirits being used for their body, you know? Go to sleep at the same time, you'd be astrally traveling with the same group all the time. But if you change that hour up, like maybe you don't go to school till a later time than most people, and then all of a sudden you got to go to school at the earlier hour. You're seeing things that you don't normally see. Usually that's all set up by now. Wow, they're still doing that. Oh. So different aspects, anyways. Anyway, in regard, may your day turn to be a beautiful one, regardless. That's for sure. Oh, that's interesting. So, Jim, you were like, you said you saw blue, green, and black, and then someone else mentioned I was inclined to ask them their favorite colors, and I was like, I don't do that. And anyways, I did by that direction, and that's the same colors that they shared. Well, they said dark, dark, dark blue, but and they said bright green rather than dark green. But still, the colors are still technically, the green's still the green, and the blue's still the blue, technically. That's cool. I think that's interesting. Oh, I did ask you, Shelly. That's right, it was Shelly. You said you asked me. I was like, what is she talking about? And then I was like, oh, it takes me a couple of moments for my brain to go click, click, click. Sometimes. This is the reality is we have We have a particular percentage of conscious thoughts that we can be thinking about. And through regular reinforcements of desired habits that we want in our life, they can by doing those over and over, they can assist us in allowing them to auto run. Um, Gosh, there's a word for it or whatnot. There's an article even on it that they released, and it's something that I when I read a little bit of it, it's like this is exactly what I do. They're just giving it a technical, scientific, like excellent words to it, which I loved. And but you create a habit where you do it so much, it's just automatic nature. It's second nature. It just happens. It's a part of your life now. And so our subconscious can handle a large amount of sub-processing things that are just what we call habitual. This is literally like how we design our operating system within. How do I want it to work? What do I want to... And so by choosing particular habits and making them through the 40-day process, it's easy. You want to turn something into a habit? 40 days. Do it for 40 days. It doesn't matter if it's for 2 seconds. It doesn't matter if you failed at it. Do it at least once every day for 40 days. And at the end of 40 days, you don't have to do it again. But guess what? Your body's naturally going to have the tendency to want to do that. You're going to have the inclination to move in that direction and do that every single day. So you can design that. You can design that process of how many and what you have automatically running so that you have free space in your mind to observe, to be present, and to focus like an arrow to collapse free energy into a literal event in life. This is what high magic is about. This is what the ancients knew. This is why governments are created using the structural orders and systems of our ancient ancestors in their own old script from their own mouths when they talked to them and didn't record their interactions. And then what they did, they kept super duper secret. Life was around a lot longer than what we've known. Some people are starting to know. Some people are starting to realize. Some technologies have been invented to prove, and other things have been found and dug up. But I know that every prophecy I've ever heard of has spoke of the good days coming back. It spoke of the peace coming back. It spoke of the divines coming back. It did not speak of the divines telling us to fight amongst ourselves. It did not end like that. It didn't. There's some stuff I watched, some ideas I had last night, so I just feel like sharing the ideas rolling around in my noggin. Pre-flood event of our world, otherworldly beings lived and interacted with humans. Earth was like a metropolis of planets. where everybody could see different beings and that was all acceptable and what it was back then. But in a disagreement over humans arose, wars were fought, and the last one was so catastrophic that it was deemed that interaction with humans was ultimately detrimental upon a personal basis. It must be handled under scientific direction. It must be handled under a council. You can't just walk around and do things all willy-nilly anymore. You tried it, it failed, ended in ended in destruction. They tried it again, changed a couple things, bad ending. Third bad ending. After the third bad ending, they said no, we're not restarting this one again. It's got to have different direction. That's what jumped into my head last night. I can't remember what I was watching, and that would make a whole lot of sense for a lot of the stories we have from a lot of people who experienced it, down to all the mysteries as well. But the greatest mystery you'll ever solve is your own life of who you are. And the only way you can solve the mystery of who you are is take a journey into the unknown. Say some truth in an area that a lie would have been easy to get by. Let's see what the truth bomb exposes into the atmosphere. I thought it was full of glitter because my truth is here it is. It's glitter. But others, it could be something else. Who knows? I love you. I thank you for being here and hanging out today. We're going to get going at this time. We are live at 4 a.m. at this point, 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That should be -3 GMT, if I'm not mistaken, if you're in another part of the world. And much love, many blessings. In the storm of the world, you'll be all right. You'll survive. Keep your goals, keep your plans. Know who you are. Don't get lost with the other crowd. Much love, many blessings, and Donna De Guai. Until we see you next time.